How's it going? Starting up a little early. Just a few minutes in advance of the tournament. And yeah, we're just chilling. It's been a nice little break week for me. I've been playing games with my brother. Battlefront 2 went on sale for a little while. It was like $3, so I bought me and him a copy, and we've been playing that the last few days. It's been really fun. I didn't play it when it came out in 2017. I'm talking about the new version, of course. I've been pleasantly surprised by how good it is. It's definitely a lot better than I was expecting, just based on its reception when it came out. But I think that might have had a lot to do with the fact that it was platform restricted for so long. Anyways, that's what I've been up to. I'm in a little bit of a lull right now with Warhammer. I haven't really felt the call to play in tournaments. I've played some ladder, that's about it. Actually go take a look and see what's going on with the current leaderboard. Holy crap. Ticity had like 3 wins last time I looked. He's been winning all the tournaments lately. Has to have. Looks like he is. Good for him. Anticity is such a beast when it comes to playing the game. Oh, there's a tournament later today. What time? If there's a tournament, no, it's in like an hour and a half. Well, I was gonna say if it's in the evening time, maybe I'll jump into it, but that's not gonna happen. We've got more important business to get to, anyways. Hold on, let me get all my windows sorted. I'm gonna make sure that I'm not splitting between all of them constantly. The Beastman over Corn lately. Beastman's the way to go, dude. I mean, if you want just crazy hardcore aggressive faction that can beat just about anybody, there's a couple of factions that they struggle into. They're like your best bet. In terms of being competitive outside of Slaanesh, they're the best Chaos faction. Like, Khorne, Nurgle, Warriors all have some glaring weaknesses that are kind of hard to get past. Slaanesh is a little weaker after the Seekers nerf, but still pretty damn crazy. God, what's the last one? Oh, Zinch. Zinch is so forgettable that it's hard to remember they're in the game sometimes, and that's a little unfortunate, because in my opinion, Zinch should have a little bit better of a curve on the power scaling, in my opinion. They just don't... They're just a little too expensive for their mark not having any real, like, advantages on it. That's, like, my 2 cents. Oh, Demons and Norska. Demons are fine. Demons okay. Norska also okay. Any other factions I'm forgetting? You stop playing for a week, and you forget literally everything. Not really. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, Norska and the Demons of Chaos are a little bit better than Warriors of Chaos overall. Probably a little bit above Khorne too. Khorne just can't do anything about kite. Demons and Norska actually have really good anti-kite tools. No advantage barrier. Barrier is okay In domination mode, it's really not that strong because you can't disengage nearly as cleanly to take advantage of that. The barrier is really good in Conquest, though. I did play Slaanesh for a little bit when I was trying out Conquest. And you're just able to always get away and recharge your shield with little to no investment. Chowie are their own thing, I guess. And I guess you can call Skaven Chaos. I mean, they are Chaos Dwarves. But they worship their own, like, pantheon, right? Did they, like... So is Hashut, like, a created aspect of the Chaos Gods? Like the Horned Rat is? Is that kind of how it works for the Chaos Dowie? Hashut is just straight up a Chaos God. Okay. But, okay. I mean, I get that, but I just want to know if, the Chaos Dowie's, like, worship of Chaos as an entity is what created Hashut. Okay. Good to know. Oh, let me go, a sec, guys. Let me go find some folks so that we can get the tournament rolling. I don't want to miss out on the opportunity to, cast anybody for the first round. We're gonna see who's in here. I haven't actually looked at the challenge bracket yet. "32 people, and we haven't started yet. We're about to in like 2 minutes. 32 people signed up. I don't actually know how many are checked in. Still a very, very sizable tournament here. Oh my god. JP laying down the law for people in the Discord here. Oh, okay. That makes a lot of sense for why they would worship Hashut then. Because I know they got cut off. Whatever works, right? I mean, if you're stuck in the middle of the Chaos Waste and your only option for staying alive is to, you know, kind of fall to it without being totally subsumed by it, I guess that's as good as it gets, you know? Take it where you can get it. On Conquest myself. There's plenty of people who play Conquest and land battles. The Warhammer community being small is, like, fine. I don't think it's as small as people think it is. It's just that, in terms of people being, like, regularly active in the tournament scene, that's a pretty small group. But tons of people play Conquest, land battles, and domination just in the ranked matchmaking. Even if it's not the most compelling system in the world, you know. If CA would just do the bare-ass minimum of making the leaderboard work, then I think you would actually get a lot more people playing a lot more regularly. Because grinding ladder is its own little reward for a lot of folks. It's not really my favorite thing to do for games. I just want to play and have fun. But I know a lot of people are actually really motivated to, like, get better so that they can get some kind of recognition for it. And that's not really possible with how broken it is in this game currently. Because if you go to the ranked leaderboards, it's just all the bugged ratings and scores, you know. There's like a handful of people who actually play who are up on here, but most of these dudes probably haven't played in forever. Fish being up here is pretty funny. I haven't seen Fish around in a while. That's just kind of how it goes. People drop in and out of the multiplayer scene all the time. There's always people who are either coming back or trying things out for the first time, so there's always like new blood, so to speak. Why are my notifications on Discord not off? I don't want to hear the noise, please. I think we might grab Empire for hire, because he's playing Kislev. That'd be a really fun round one. Oh, wait. Oh, Ogre Kingdoms. Oh, shit. Okay. Let's definitely get some Ogre Kingdoms action, then. Sweet. Is that Scarbrand guy Oish? No, Scarbrand, there's a player, Scarbrand, who plays all the time. They do a lot of conquest and land battles right now, but they're really cool. I've played other games with them, too. I just know it's them for sure, because they showed me how to do the leaderboard matchmaking bug or whatever the hell it is. It's very cheesy. I don't think Oishi even plays like leaderboard, because I've run into a lot of people who play in tournaments regularly on the ladder. Never ever run into Oishi on it. In the year 2025. In the year 2030, we may get chat functionality back in the Total Warhammer games. Just think about the possibilities, guys. You know, we could talk to people in the game again. See, I was really petty for that, because the reason they got rid of the chat functionality is because the United Kingdom passed, like, you know, internet protection laws, basically, that made it so that companies needed to be more stringent in their moderation of in-game chats. And that, you know, actually requires some kind of input from the company themselves. And CA was just like, we're not going to do it. We're just going to make it impossible to talk with people in-game. You know, because you used to be able to, like, type things out to folks. You know, you had your typical, like, hotkey to open up, like, a lobby chat, and that's just been gone for, what, 3 years now? With absolutely no sign that they're ever gonna add it back in. It's another thing that is probably making the community seem a lot smaller. It's just the inability to contact people who you play with on a regular basis. Alright, what maps are we on before I get too soaked into everything? Oh, Rifts. Rifts at World's Edge is going to be our first map. Let me click on it. There we go. It's a pretty good one. And did we start the... yeah, okay, finally. We're in the group stage. We've got... DS is Empire's opponent. He's not here. Let me go get him real quick, and then we'll get going. So Empire is playing Ogre Kingdoms just like mix it up. There was a problem for a while with... This is related to a question they asked me. So Greenskins for a while had some of their armies. If you picked sub-factions, they wouldn't get the WA ability in-game, which was really funny. Empire was asking if the same applied to Ogre Kingdoms at all, and no. Ogre Kingdoms were actually properly implemented from day one. There's been a few instances of some really funky chowder for a while now in that regard, but the most recent patch actually got it, so the top knots, the sun fangs or whatever they are, the relevant Greenskin sub factions actually got the WA ability back. Empire never plays Empire, right? Very deceptive naming convention here. I mean, I guess Ogre Kingdoms being Empire for Hire playing Ogre Kingdoms is pretty fitting, seeing as they're you know, like a mercenary faction. The each individual ogre is an empire unto themselves, right? They're just big fellas in a small world. Alright, I think DS is ready, and then Empire is just finishing up the build. Okay, that figures. Good to know, Empire. Dowie into Ogre Kingdoms. As a matchup, I actually do think... let's go check the total tavern win rates. I think Dowie have a very good matchup against Ogre Kingdoms, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, fuck, never mind. Wow. Totally wrong. Ogre Kingdoms 14-2 against the Dwarves right now. That's disgusting, bro. How the hell did the Dowie win this matchup? I could have sworn it's been better for the Dwarves in past metas. Not really. A little bit. That was a really short season. When have the Dowie ever had a winning match? Here they're undefeated against the Ogre Kingdoms. This is before this October 31st, 2024. I'm pretty sure this is before the Ogre Kingdoms got the Monsters Infantry rework, so that's a little deceptive. Apparently the Ogre Kingdoms are just dominating Dwarves nowadays. If the Ogre Kingdoms are gonna win here, I imagine that they're gonna need Lead Belchers to do a lot of work for them, or they need really, really strong play from stuff like, the Iron Guts, maybe some, really good Ogre Bolt dual weapons. Gorgers might be really strong here. Keep them away from Slayers and shooting, and I think a couple of Gorgers could actually get some good work done here. Not ready for my build. Maybe not. I mean, Dowie can do some pretty off-the-wall stuff. The only reason you don't see that from the Dwarves super often is because the super wide Dowie gun lines are honestly pretty fun to play. You know? And generally pretty successful, so don't mess with success. But elite dwarves can actually be pretty funny. And I guess you could do like a full Slayer army into the Ogre Kingdoms. Max Slayer builds honestly can work. They're fairly consistent. Like maxed out Slayers really only struggles if your opponent's ready for it. Skewed builds like that generally function along pretty similar lines, where they're trying to do one very specific thing, and if your opponent's not, you know, very well prepared for it, they can absolutely steamroll you. Of course, that's not necessarily what Diaz is bringing, but that's just like an example of one of the more off-the-wall Dowie builds you can go for. Because you got the regular Slayers, you got Giant Slayers, but you also got a little bit of shooting with the Slayer Pirates and Goblin Hewers. And the Goblin Hewers are actually pretty strong. They're really short range, but the crew is very powerful. It's one of the only artillery pieces that has a crew that actually does damage in melee combat, and doesn't just get folded up like a wet piece of paper. 5 cannons would be amazing. The only thing that could make 5 Dowie cannons better is if the Dowie cannons sounded like the Grand Cathay ones. Because the Dowie cannons sound a little bit puny in comparison, but they are a little bit more accurate, I'm pretty sure. I know there's some differences between all the cannon models. You know what I've never done before? Actually go see about that. Can you pull up the unit card things? Oh, never mind, we're getting into game, so I'll do that afterwards. Maybe we can go and check on the differences between the cannons at some point. Okay, we got a Tyrant. We've got a Heaven's Caster with Uranan, I imagine. Oh, and a Ranger build. Hell yes, dude. With the Slayer Ranger, Malachi. He's not actually a Ranger, but, you know. He's a Slayer with a gun. That makes him something a little bit different, right? Nice covered forest on one side of the map would be a good spot for the Dowie to play from. Generally speaking, you just want to avoid Ogre Kingdoms shooting as much as possible. The Dowie have a little bit of a better time than most factions with doing that, because they've got super cheap stuff like miners that can take a lot of very punishing fire, soak up a lot of ammo from stuff like lead belchers, and not bleed a bunch of value back. Then you've got all this stalked bow fire. You know, these guys have pretty good range, 160 range. It's more than enough to be able to creep within good, like, volley distance of the lead belchers and kill them before you get shot down, because lead belchers' armor is kind of mid. I mean, 50 is acceptable armor values. It's going to be mitigating about, what, 25-30% of the base weapon damage, but when you've got 100, or, sorry, not 100, 80 models, and their missiles hit as hard as the Bugmans do, it will turn into a little bit of a problem for those lead belchers very quickly. Miner's going to be moving up to the number 1, I think, although it does look like DS is still messing around with the formation. Had everything in straight lines, is starting to spread them out, get that checkerboard pattern going. We could probably space this out a little bit more, get the back row maybe like another like 10 meters back. It's like a really minor little thing, though. The problem with keeping them this close order is if you get charged, your opponent can occupy all these guys really quickly. If you have just a little bit more space on the back row, they can usually get off like an extra volley before they get collapsed on, and that can make a huge difference. Because the way that Dowie work is they don't have anything quick other than gyrocopters that can respond to help out their units. So Dowie shooting is an absolute must-to-have because it peels for your other units, right? Like, Dowie peel by having so many guns and bows that you literally can't compromise their entire gun line. And then they just blast you apart as you're fruitlessly trying to lock down all their units. I just noticed not many Noblars for the Ogre Kingdoms here. Honestly, a pretty huge mistake. You really need the Noblar cover for your bulls, or they're not going to be able to do a whole lot. It's not going to matter too much against Rangers and Miners, because they're not very good at melee combat. But not having Noblars against Bugman's Rangers, the Bugmans actually have respectable melee defense. And these aren't even dual weapon bulls. They're Iron Fist bulls, so their melee attack is well under the threshold for hitting a Bugman's Rangers. And these guys do have heal in inside and outside of combat. As long as their leadership is higher than Wavering, they get the liquid fortification. Bugmans can be really hard to break down at times. All of them concentrated on the high ground here. Going to be going up to the number 3 in a moment. We've got it kicked off. DS going to be moving forward the Dowie hordes. Empire going to be trotting up the Ogre armies. Slowly but surely. Lead Belchers should be able to just sit. Cover the number 2 objective would be my go-to plan here. Get this one up on this little hillock and start firing down on anything that tries to get up on the number 3 objective. Lots of invisible units. Trappers have been revealed. The Bugman's Rangers still hidden, though. They're going to get a really nice volley off here. Oh, man. These Noblar Trappers are going to melt under all the bow fire here. Not all of it coming in at once. So, Empire is a little slow reacting on it, though, and it's still pouring in here. One dual weapon bull getting into combat against Miners.
Keep it from the foe.
Trappers close by, going to be able to support Shirley here. Help these guys clean up the Dowie Miner unit, grabbing the number 1. And the Iron Fist pushing up into the back line. Here's something that you need to be very careful of is you don't want to retreat your range units inside of other range tools, because now you've got 3 of your Rangers shut down by 1 unit. These Iron Fists, hopefully these hold for the Ogre Kingdoms, because if they can keep these other Rangers locked down for an extended period of time, then maybe any secondary waves of Ogre Bulls are going to be able to compromise the Dowie positions. And the Rangers are getting folded up on the low ground right now. They are much weaker on the melee defense than stuff like Bugmans are. You can see all the Rangers have kind of been completely run over here. We do have the Gyro Bomber, the Skyhammer Squadron, dropping bombs directly on these Ogre Bulls. Doing some decent damage. Lead Belchers looking to shoot them back. I wouldn't really waste my time. I'd just hit the Rangers here. Good focus fire onto these Rangers with the Lead Belchers will kill them really quickly. Lead Belchers are devastating to infantry. You can see them starting to get some good shots in here. They're clearing out a lot of models. That's the most important thing about the Lead Belcher's ammunition, is that the damage it does is usually just enough to be able to kill individual infantry models. So for counterfire, it's very efficient because doing HP damage to ranged troops is important. It's not really all that great if they're leaving a bunch of models alive. So Lead Belchers are very good at actually just killing them outright and leaving ranged units with very little to work with when counter-firing the Lead Belchers. Empire just went for the straight bum rush and just went in on Dias, and it's going really well right now. I was actually really worried for the Ogres with the starting army, but the pressure they put on the Rangers on this side of the battlefield has paid off really well. You got a bunch of shattered units out here. Got one more Ranger barely holding on, routing now. And the Lead Belcher fires taking care of all the Bugmans and killing a lot of their models and not allowing them to get any use out of their healing. Ooh, Gorger gets in. Very cool unit. Super broken on release. Look at this guy. Mogging for the camera. They were really broken on release. They're a lot more balanced now, but they're still pretty strong. They just have fewer models than they once did. In terms of infantry killing prowess, though, they're pretty decent still. See them running all over the Bugmans here. They're going to be able to get up into some more Rangers, it looks like. Only dropped one model. They could get a heal, theoretically, but I don't think the Ogre Kingdoms have any heal. Yeah, they've got the... Of course, they've got the Heavens Caster. I already talked about it. The only healing the Ogres have right now is Meat Feast. The values are true, but, you know, Ogre Kingdoms are way quicker than the Dwarves. Dowie don't do well at a deficit to begin with. And they're especially bad when they've got a deficit and they don't have any shooting units remaining. And there's really only, like, one unit left here. Other than the Skyhammer Squadron, there's this one Ranger, and that's it. All the Bugmans are gone now, pretty much. One's being taken down here, another here, trying to help Malachi with the Tyrant. The Tyrant's a pretty good lord. He's got Snacks, he's got Thunder Mace and Ass Belcher, which do pretty respectable damage as far as abilities are concerned. Lead Belcher's here with some good value. The Lead Belcher's on the other side with 1100. Gonna be trying to kill the last 21 of the Bugmans here. Missing with a few volleys, but you can see taking down quite a few models when they do make contact. Slayers with respectable value. Not quite up trading it. This is the problem with Slayers, man. I'm a huge proponent of bringing more AP shooting than bringing Slayers as your anti-large, because Slayers are fairly efficient, but they don't uptrade very well. Like, at most, they'll get you, like, 1,000, 1,200 on the upper end of their performance. Not having any armor really limits Slayer's staying power. You see him getting shot to pieces by the Lead Belchers here, but 18 models of the Slayers are going to make it into melee contact here. You can see them doing some pretty respectable damage. Lead Belchers are very squishy, but they're going to try and trundle away now. Slayers are going to stay right on their heels, though. A little bit of damage going down with the Tyrant. He's still alive. He hasn't been able to finish Malachi off. Not that it's super important right now. The Ogre Kingdoms have a 3,500 gold lead. They're going to constantly be able to reinforce quicker than the Dowie can get units up here. Plus, they've got stuff like some Mournfang Cavalry just rampaging around out here. They've got Noblars moving up onto the field to provide buffering. They've got Iron Guts coming out now. This side of the field, they've just got the Noblars and a handful of tattered Ogre Bull Iron Fists. Hanging on to that #1 triple cap in here. Where are the Mournfangs going? Looks like they're trying to get away from the Dragonback Slayers. I don't think they're going to be able to escape, though. Dragonback Slayers actually have a slowing effect on their attacks with the Flammable, minus 30% speed. And Slayers have decent charge speed, so they're actually keeping pace with the Mournfangs pretty well here. Lead Belcher fire coming down, though, doing quite a bit of damage to them. Miners are going to try and shut down this one Lead Belcher, but Noblar's moving down. You got the Butcher. Looks like he could move in. I think the Butcher may have gotten a meat feast or something. He was a little bit more beat up last time I looked at him. I could have sworn, although maybe I was just mistaking him and the Tyrant. Lead Belchers looking pretty safe, 2,200 here and 1,300 on the other. Dowie just really needed a cannon. A cannon would have shut down the Lead Belchers pretty hard. Cannons killed the models outright. And then with cannon support, you can also help shoot down the Mournfangs. And then with the Ranger lines, you can probably eventually kill all the Gorgers and the Ogre Bolt dual weapons. Dowie just kind of got face-checked, man, and really well played by Empire, just keeping up the pressure and using the Lead Belchers to mop up a lot of the Dowie units that otherwise weren't really being affected by the collapse in the early game from the dual weapons and the Iron Fist bulls. Iron Guts with their big great swords just chilling in here. 100 armor, and all they have is a little shoulder pauldron and a helmet on. I guess when you're, you know, that beefy, that counts for as much armor as all of that natural blubber you got on you, right? More Gorgers. Not a whole lot of notes here. I think that the Dowie, like I said with the cannon, could have done a lot better. I would also maybe prioritize a little bit more meat in the infantry department. Like, maybe cut one of the Bugman's Rangers, and instead of getting a bunch of miners out, particularly the non-blasting charge miners in the early game, having the blasting charges is so nice against Ogre Kingdoms, not just because the blasting charges are good against Noblars, but blasting charges are reasonably strong against Ogre Bulls. Ogre Bulls have really low armor, and blasting charge volleys have pretty good base weapon damage values. And the explosive radius on blasting charges is pretty big. They can hit multiple Ogre Bulls with their volleys, and with such a small number of models in the unit, concentrated blasting charges can really chip these guys down quite efficiently. I think that it would be worth cutting one Bugman's just to get all of those miners upgraded to having the extra range utility. So like I said, you clear out the Noblars, you can do damage to the Ogre Bulls in a pinch, and that early rush was just so devastating. It just totally threw DS's lines into confusion. A lot of Rangers got shut down unnecessarily because they were running into one another. The lines of fire just weren't overlapping quite enough. It was just a slow takedown one at a time, really. Empire did a great job of utilizing the Mournfangs in that matchup as well. 1,500 value on this Mournfang Iron Fist. It's a fairly expensive cavalry piece, and it was very disruptive. It was just constantly maneuvering around the battlefield, running over isolated Dowie units, doing a ton of damage, pulling out, moving to another side, and just causing max confusion. Let me start downloading some of the replays people are sending in. Ooh, Shaun and Mr. Fly playing. Very cool. That was the last game, too, of the first round. Or maybe. What's going on here? Rip. Okay, guys. Let me make sure I get all of these replays into my folder. And we'll just start going through them one at a time. Priority will go to people who ask me to cast their games, by the way. If you're here in chat and you want to see your match get played out on stream, just hit me up here. I'll be keeping an eye out for it, and I'll do my best to accommodate. Because I get so many replays now, it's very difficult to do them all anymore. I do my best, but sometimes I just don't quite have the amount of time that I would like. These are all... Oh, yeah, they dropped the hotfix. So, it's all out of date again. Classic CA. Right as I'm like, oh, that we won't be running into them dropping any hotfixes for a little while. You know, literally a week later, they put out a hotfix that is breaking all the replays I've got. Good stuff. Never do experimentals during tournament. Yo, the Mournfang Cavalry are always effective. Even the great weapons are fairly good against infantry because their charge bonus is so high. With the good weapon strength on them, they absolutely massacre stuff on the charge. They're so good. Full Slayer, but Empire goes Noblars only in hard counters. Honestly, Noblars against Slayers would not go very well, because the Slayers are fairly good at clearing out chaff. Noblars are not quite good enough in melee combat to be able to kill the Slayers before they break, right? I actually think if you want to counter Slayers, what you do against Slayers is you actually want to bring... like, shooting is the best thing to kill Slayers, but mass and armor are their other big counter. And Mournfang Cavalry have the mass and the mobility and the armor to punish Slayers really hard. As long as they don't get trapped in the Slayer unit, they can absolutely flatten them. One of the bigger counters to the Dowie in general is Chariots. And if I'm not mistaken, technically the Mournfang Cavalry, like, yeah, they're cavalry or whatever, but the way that their models are classified in game is actually as a large chariot. So when they collide with units, they function very similarly in that they push through the unit entirely rather than stopping their charge in the middle of them, like most cav do. If you ever want to test it, bring a Razorgore Chariot and watch what it does to a Slayer's health bar. It's pretty frickin' gross. I'm doing this backwards. I'm a dummy. Hello? Okay, there we go. I don't know what the hell's going on with this. We finally got our replays in here. After all is said and done. Game is just being weird and didn't want to recognize what I had in my folder. Quick troubleshooting has solved our problems, though. Very curious to see how Lizards do into Zinch. Zinch against the Lizards is a little tough for the Chaos God of manipulation, honestly. This is not very favorable for Zinch at all. Lizards have chameleons who basically by themselves counter all of the good Zinch tools. If you bring Marauder Horsemen versus chameleons, Horsemen lose pretty hard. Skinks have good, like, reload time. They've got the same range. They can really punish these dudes pretty fast. It's kind of hard to collapse on the chameleon skinks as well. The Marauder Horsemen of Zinch can win in a one-on-one, but the problem is that the Marauder Horsemen, they're 700 gold, they're actually fairly expensive. And the Chameleon Skink's weight of fire is pretty insane because of their low reload time. If you keep the Marauder Horsemen of Zinch in a fight for a little too long, they will get filled full of blow darts, man. God, they just, I love them. Chameleon Skink's kind of goated, really nice opening volley onto the Javelin Horsemen. Only a couple of models lost, but quite a bit of HP. These guys really aren't the most resilient of units. Akold moving up to the middle. We do have the Changeling on the field. No transformation yet. Oh my god, Kolek! What? That's so cool.
We have a victory point. Keep it from the foe.
Kolek is actually pretty goated against the Lizardmen. He beats the crap out of a lot of different, units that the Lizardmen are very reliant on. The one problem is that Kolek does need healing here. Generally speaking, it's highly recommended. That's usually why he's only good with the... He really just needs the Nurgle caster if you're going to go Kolek. I don't know how he's going to do without any access to heals. And there's a lot of Chameleon Skinks out here. And, you know, Kolek is fairly resilient to missile fire, but, you know, 1 AP is 1 AP. Or actually 3 AP on these guys. It's going to be going down a little bit because of the missile resistance that the that Kolek has at base. It's still going to add up on him over time, and he takes one volley and loses 400 health. Source Warriors moving up into the Marauders. Marauders are going to get folded up by the Saurus. Saurus are just so good at killing chaff. It's just not even fair, man. They have such an easy time of it. Cultist going to be running around with Burning Head, looking for an opportunity here, I imagine. No sign yet of a Burning Head, which is probably incoming, I would hope. Right here is a really good place for an Overcast Burning Head, right down the pipe on the Source Warriors, to help out the Chaos Warriors. Skink Priest drop to your Raynans, big damage going down on those Chaos Warriors. And Kolek fighting the infantry here, not really his finest hour. Trying to get him away. Burning Head goes off in the back line. Looks like it roasted down the Chameleon Skinks pretty evenly across the board there. Probably pretty good value on the Cultist, but not a lot to show for it, honestly. 454 value is pretty good on one Burning Head, but you've got a little bit of trouble coming in for Zinch. You got some of your Marauders going down. You've done a pretty good job of counter-firing a lot of these Saurus, though, I will say. They're looking pretty beat up. But you've got more Saurus Spears moving in. You've got Cohort on the flanks now. And Feral Coldwind's actually shattering the Marauder Horseman Cav. Which is a big loss. Like, I mean, they're very pricey. You need your money's worth out of these guys. They're one of the better options in the game, but they have to get their missiles on target against something of appreciable value for them to really pay off. Screamers moving up into the Feral Cold Ones should be a pretty easy win for the Screamers. Kind of like the perfect target for them. Something heavily armored that isn't too powerful in the stats department, where the bonus versus large swings the fight heavily in their favor in terms of the value trading. Kolek running away, and Cold Spear Riders all over him. Does have the Lord of the Storm and Tempest Rage, but I don't really see him using it right now. Where has it been used? Oh, it's got both charges. Or wait, no, does he have 3 or 2? I think Lord of the Storm is 3 charges, so already used 1, probably on cooldown right now. More Uranin's going off on the Chaos Warriors, and they're just slowly getting ground out by the Saurus. This is why Saurus are so good, man. Good line holders, pretty consistent into just about everything. Anything lower quality gets wrecked. Anything higher quality they hold for a very long time against as well. Good army ability, but poor Kolek. Just getting shot to pieces. Kroggar got in there, did a little damage. For all the work that army ability did to the cavalry here, to the spear riders, I don't know if that's going to be enough to do much of anything for Zinch here. I mean, you just got the Sour Guts being swarmed out by hordes and hordes of skinks, as well as some Source Spears. You got all the chameleons being unsummoned, it looks like. They've taken a lot of damage. I guess it's worth it at this point, considering how low they are. You don't want them to get burning-headed off the field. Getting them back in the pool. To replenish ammunition when you've already won the front line, and really probably just need like another Spear Rider, and then subsequent summons of chameleons will be enough to close the game out here. You got a very healthy Source Warrior shields. You got a skink cohort coming up. And saving up 1,000. Probably microing somewhere. Not summoning in yet. Not super critical. Dropping another Uranus. How much value has the skink priest gotten? 1,000? About 800, which is respectable. You gotta remember that these skink priests only cost about 500 gold. When they're this pared down. They're really inexpensive. They really don't have to do a whole lot. Like, their magic is very powerful. You've either got the Beastcaster or Heavens, both of which have access to some of the most cost-effective spells in the game right now. Uranus being one of them. You've also got Curse of the Midnight Wind, which is really good debuff. The Beastcaster, you just bring Flock of Doom. And drop that all game. You'll get like 1,400 value. That's on the like mid upper end of it. You can get like 1,800 with Flock of Doom if you're really careful about where you cast it. Sending great weapons have great value, and they're getting to replenish their barrier. I've been very impressed with the micro from Mr. Fly on these guys, but the problem is that, you know, they can't carry a game alone. You've got some Forsaken moving in. I guess Kolek hasn't routed all. He's got 1 HP. Are you kidding me? What the hell? That's incredible. How is he not broken? Kolek's a little too heavy metal for that. He's just like, fine. I'll sit on the back of the map. We'll try and keep this game going. Akold chopping away in the middle. Doesn't have a lot of value, though. And this game is like a classic example of why Akold is a great character. He's super durable. He just never dies, but sometimes he just can't quite manage it, you know? I mean, he can only kill so many infantry within a short time frame, right? And in these late game scenarios where your opponent is just going to be like swarming with cap weight and numbers, no matter how many Saurus he kills on this middle point, there's always going to be something to reinforce this and keep him from being able to solo cap it. And as long as that's going on, your opponent's always going to be able to like work around to the outside objectives as well without too many problems, and they'll be able to maintain their presence without giving anything away. Kroggar gets a little impatient. I know that Kroggar is a great duelist, but he's a little mediocre once he gets tired. Especially against a foot character where his bonus versus large has absolutely nothing to contribute here against Akold. He's doing some good damage since he got the charge off, but the Breath of Life is keeping Akold at perfect vigor. He's getting healed perpetually, and he's just got great stats overall. He's eventually going to be able to wear Kroggar out here. Although I am fairly surprised that the damage Kroggar has done. 1,900 value on Crocky G here. You know, he's got to get out of here, though. Doesn't want to stick around for much longer. The Forsaken have done a good job of rolling up some of the units in the middle. 852 value. Maybe a couple more Forsaken in the early game would have been good. Spear Riders get onto the flank of the Zangors. The Screamers are going down. Decent value on them. Sentis with 1,400 here. Just barely paying for themselves. And they find Krokar and are able to drag him down here, maybe. God, it's so close. So the Zangor's going to be able to... Or the Sentis going to be able to finish this guy off. 200 HP. Looks like Krokar is going to be saved by the Spears. And the Feral Cold Ones. Senegors go down. Cultist with 278 kills. God damn. 1,600 value. Almost 1,700 on the Cultist there. Sean, though, just maintaining that lead. The big problem, of course, is the Changebringer. I mean, you're all... Like, Kulak is already expensive, and you're paying a premium for the Changeling version, so, that's rough, man. It's real rough. A-Cold hanging in, finally paying for himself. Again, though, he just has never been able to cap this middle objective alone. You get the Sour Guts out on the number 1. At the same time, though, you've got the number 3 still being hung on to. Here, Senegors and Furies do clear off all the Skinks. But you get some Chameleons moving up, though they do get jumped by the Furies. Fly has done a pretty good job getting back in this game, all things considered. You might be like, okay, he's still down 3,000 value, what's the deal? The deal is that so many of the Lizard units are coming out for a second or third time that there's, no value being added to Mr. Fly's total here. Every time a unit is being, like, damaged, it's not really doing anything, per se. I don't know what that Uranus was. Skink Priest, clearly suffering from some Zinchian hallucinogens. Trying to hit his own source there. Zinch, yeah, no Heaven's magic at all for Zinch, so it had to have been the Skink Priest. I don't know what he's doing, man. Flexing, I guess. Sour Guts are able to cap the number 1, holding on to it. Source Spear should be able to kill the Sour Guts, but these guys do pretty good damage whenever their models die. It's a lot less powerful than it once was. They used to do 72 damage, that was all AP. Sour Guts, once upon a time, could actually uptrade just by dying, because of Sour Discharge. Now it's a lot less likely. There's still one of the better RORs in the game, and having any way of just, like, punishing your opponent for killing something is pretty nice. You can see them racking up the value as they explode here. Sword Spear is getting pretty low, but they're going to be able to recap the number 1 here with a little bit of support. Just get up another Skink and you should be able to take it, but looks like it was too little too late for Zinch to be able to bring that one back. It was a valiant effort from Mr. Fly. Kind of had something going, but the cap situation was just a little too foreboding. Lizards would have been able to anchor on one objective and probably close that out. Great value on the Skink Priest. Krokar paid for himself. Good value on the Sauruses. God, I love Saurus. And Spear Riders were okay. One of them was pretty terrible. Only 200 value here. 1,800 on the other. Feral Cold Ones, it's a pretty good value. They did come out a couple of times at least. Still did respectably. Anything of note for Zinch here? Zangors actually did fairly poorly here. I mean, I guess it makes sense. They're not that good into Saurus. It's one of the few times that Chaos Warriors are outright better than the Zangors. Although, with the performance from the Forsaken, I would probably prioritize that as Zinch next time. And the Centaurs were spectacular, as always. Both of them paid for themselves. Great stuff, man. Can we have a new rule where new player tournament win can play again with another faction? I'm all for that. I haven't run my intermediate tournament in a while now, but whenever I have been running the intermediate tournament, anybody who wins one of those can come back in and just play another faction and still be allowed in. choice of Lord matters. Lord choice matters a lot. It's one of the biggest and most important starting points for every faction. I mean, it makes sense, and I'm glad that it is such a big part of like the army building process. I just wish all of the lords were competitive, because you know, there's obviously much more meta versions than others in terms of lord selection. Like for Khorne, you've basically got Valkia and Skulltaker, and those are your two meta options. Arbol and Scarbrand can be situational. The Demon Prince and the Exalted Bloodthirster are a little bit left out in the cold because the weird flying combat mechanics. Sometimes they can't land for whatever reason. There's the other factions that are a lot like that. You know, Tomb Kings have Cetra. You don't really bring anybody else unless you just want to be fancy and look cool about it. But all things considered, for 24 factions in the game, at the very least, all of the lords are good in something. Like, you know, some lords are really good in multiplayer. Some are much better in campaign than they are multiplayer because they just get better buffs. They're a little bit easier to, like, build up and support. There's a give and take to everything. It would be really nice to see a perfect world where all the lords are balanced for multiplayer, but it is what it is.
A prize for the one who collects him the most skulls.
Double skull cannon opening up immediately onto the horse archers here. Wow. What the hell was that? It was huge damage. Wait, does skull cannons cleave through models again? It doesn't look like it, but they certainly do seem to be, they get more efficient against horse archers, and honestly looks like their, vortex is catching horse archers more consistently. I don't know, man. So, there was once a time where skull cannons didn't have the vortex, and their missile cleaved through models more efficiently. That got changed when they got the vortex, but now the vortex has been nerfed, and it's a lot less powerful. I'm wondering if maybe at some point the skull cannons get a little bit of an adjustment to the way their projectile works. So they cleave through more models before the vortex comes out. I think it'd be really nice, but Chia obviously has taken notes on how to use the double skull cannon. Get some good damage off on the War Sphinx. Horse archers also take some damage. Hitting some of the warriors ain't bad. That shot not really doing a whole lot here. Nor is that one. Cameroon War Sphinxes looking to get up into the Marauders here. The Marauders want to unblob as much as possible right now because War Sphinxes have amazing charge animation. Look at the damage. Just cleaving into these poor Marauders. They get folded up so badly by these big monsters. Valkia lands down here to attack the War Sphinx, which is fine. She is a anti-large duelist, obviously, but she is infantry-sized, and the bonus versus infantry is pretty respectable on the War Sphinxes, so they could double-team Valkia here and just pummel her to death. Chaos Warrior Halberds moving in, looking to buffer off the Sphinxes. We get the bumper cars of doom coming in here. Skull Cannons have good weapon strength. Even if they don't hit big models consistently, when they do hit, a couple of them paired up with somebody like Valkia, you can see the kind of work they can do against these big beasties. Cameroon War Sphinx suffering pretty badly here right now. A couple of halberds looking to move into position. Probably want to force path them on top of the Skull Cannons and just camp out on this middle objective for a little bit. Khorne has the number 3, 2 Fleshhounds fighting 1 Sepulchral Stalker. This would be a winning fight for the Fleshhounds if one of them was on the rear of the Eyes of the Desert. I would get a Fury out, or actually get a Minotaur and a Fury as soon as possible, and get them up here to try and kill the Eyes of the Desert before they get a bunch of support. Just wondering where the Furies were. Fury's in the back line killing the Catapult. Tomb Scorpion comes out to try and peel these guys off. Not going to go too well for them. It's a little difficult to do that with a Tomb Scorpion. Killing Furies is a little bit hard for a unit that doesn't have good collision attacks. Like, it's got good armor. It's fairly well protected from the Fury's melee attack and weapon strength. But two of them can probably wear this thing out. Looks like there were some other Sepulchral Stalkers that went down here. I would guess they did get collapsed on by the Fleshhounds, one on either side. That's why they crumbled out so quickly. Been focusing a lot on what's been going on with the Skull Cannons for the most part, and it looks like they were able, with Valkyria's support, to take down the Cameron War Sphinx. Now going to be going after Cetra. Necrotect on the field on foot is going to get bullied by them pretty badly as well. While the, very weird Slabnir going off over there. Slabnir is not good against monstrous units. Absolutely useless. Just save it if you don't have a target. You don't really have one here. Just save it for if your opponent brings something in, and use it in the late game to clear off like some kind of expensive infantry. Anyways, back to the Skull Cannons. Their damage against big targets, not super consistent, but against foot characters, they've got a bonus versus infantry of 25. 23 melee attack when they're very tired. 48 melee attack is pretty good against a foot character. Especially against something like a Necrotect, who's also got some fire weakness. That can really stack up quite quickly because, god damn, 15% extra damage on 341 weapon strength is what? It's close to 400. It's about like 390 something. That extra 50 damage on a character who's got a pretty limited HP pool, you can definitely get them close to crumbling pretty fast. And then you gotta add in the bonus versus infantry weapon strength that you get. You're talking about 400 HP with every hit against a Necrotect. Cetra stands alone, looking real isolated and real scared right about now. The Tomb Kings played a little too split here. Really good work with the Fleshhounds, honestly. Chia's micro with these guys has been very nice. And the Furies have done a great job of just shutting down the summons of the artillery from, that Cheprian's trying to rely on. Soul Grinder coming in, fighting the Eyes of the Desert. Really good monster, actually. I'm a big fan of the Soul Grinders. I don't know if they're really going to be that good against the Tomb Kings, per se. But against, like, Skaven and some of the low leadership Horde factions, Soul Grinders actually are very devastating because of the terror that they cause. And they do a pretty good job of just bashing on stuff, and they're quick enough to where they can skirmish fairly effectively with all this ammo on their shotgun cannon. You can gun down infantry from quite a long range with Soul Grinders, and they're pretty good against skirmish cap too. There's a lot to like in that package.
I knew it. Unending glory is yours.
Valkyria, I'm sure you might have seen it there if you're quick enough on it. Evil ass smile. 2,700 value on Valkyria is pretty incredible. She is an incredibly cost-effective lord. She took like no damage that game. That was really well handled by Chia. Good buffering with the Chaos Warrior halberds, good damage from the Skull Cannons. Fleshhounds are pretty devastating, they got good value, and the Furies were also fairly effective. No Bloodwake Berserkers, but there wasn't really a number of good targets for them. If the Eyes of the Desert weren't already isolated, then you probably wouldn't bring them in over the Soul Grinder. Bringing the Soul Grinder in the late game was probably just insurance to be able to get after Cetra and shoot him down, as well as maybe controlling Skeleton Horsemen. Because the Soul Grinder has good armor, it can chase down Skirmish Cav, and really light melee cavalry like these Skelly Horsemen and beat up on them pretty nice. Good stuff so far. Not really close games, but the players who are getting the wins here are doing a very good job with their micro and their army building to be able to constantly keep their opponent on the back foot. And it's been really good illustrations of how to use, like, your army composition being slightly better than your opponent to really prevent them from being able to, like, develop out any kind of, like, strong point on the objectives. Let me know if the... Oh, okay. Well, yeah, it's nice to see you, Rek. I will host an intermediate tournament player this week, and then you should come join that. It's been a couple, or honestly, it's probably been like closer to 3 weeks since I last hosted one. And they're always a good time. Played like dog ass today. It happens, Piston. There's like there's a point at which you there's a point that you hit as a fairly experienced player where you kind of hit like a slump phase. It happened to me for quite a while. And for me, I think the problem was I was way too comfortable on the factions that I was playing. And what I mean by comfortable isn't that I was, like, you know, really feeling them. It was that I was bringing a lot of the same builds over and over and over again. I wasn't being risky. I was over-pressing a little bit too much. And when that starts happening, the best thing you can do to kind of recenter yourself in this game is to try and play some other factions. And then come back to your mains. And the time away from your main faction will encourage you to be a little bit more thoughtful about what exactly it is you're trying to do, and you won't be so one-track minded. Because that ended up being the big realization for me, and then when I came back to playing like Khorne on a regular basis, I was actually able to win a tournament with them. And was able to be a little bit more consistent. Hold on. What's going on here? Slick. Thank you, Pont. Getting more replays. Deep into round 2 now. Let's see what we got on tap for round 2. Let me make sure I delete the replays that I've already done. So we've done Sean and Fly. We've done this game as well. What else did we do? Did 3 games already. Oh yeah, because we did one that we already deleted. Alright. Norska Cathay is interesting. Oh, but this is round 1. I would love to do something on the on a new map. We're gonna jump around a little bit. What's the most interesting matchup that we've got here? Wood Elves with triple Waywatcher against Khorne. This is a newer player on Khorne. This is going to be very interesting to see. This is honestly a really good Khorne build for the Wood Elves. I love Forsaken against the Wood Elves. They're fast. They wreck Wood Elf cavalry. And they also shred Dryads pretty easily, just thanks to the fire damage. If you play your cards right, they are an unstoppable unit against the Wood Elves. They honestly just don't have a front line that can survive against Khorne. And if you back it up with good micro on your mobility, you can press the Wood Elves literally onto the back edge of the map and kill all their units and table them. I've done it before. You can go back on some of my streams to some of the tournaments I've played in and see if you can find those games yourself. But that really is like the best way that Khorne can play. You want to be careful
We have a
though.
victory point. Keep it from the foe.
Fleshhounds are really good in this matchup, but they are very vulnerable to the poke at range. Really, how you want to advance on the Wood Elves as Khorne, especially if the Wood Elves are like pressing themselves into a corner, make sure that your line is advancing so that you can like corner them on the edge of the map. Because if the Wood Elves are able to break containment and they're able to have you chasing like one of their units around and they can just Benny Hill you, their missiles will actually get incredible value that way. But if you're able to cut off the battlefield and keep them pinned up in one particular area and then lock them in combat, that's where they end up getting absolutely clowned on. Really good Arrow of Kurnus there. Good damage on the Forsaken. Decent value from Potato Devil. Not a lot of damage coming down from the missile line, but getting a great volley off on the Marauders with the dual weapons here. Khorne is not doing what they need to right now. Against some missile factions, Khorne can sit and just eat missile fire and hold on to points. In my experience, the Wood Elves are just not one of those factions because their missiles are just too powerful. You'll just get filled full of arrows and you'll downtrade so badly that when the Wood Elves do bring up melee infantry and cavalry, they'll be able to shock you off the field. And it's just a little too much to deal with. So you gotta get your infantry moving forward and positioned up to take ground and also to hound out the Way Watchers here. With Marauders, you want to avoid Dryads as much as possible. Attacking Dryads with Marauders is a bad trade for you. It's a little rough because the Forsaken have taken so much damage. You do have the Chaos Knights, though. Chaos Knights need to get this charge off here, and I don't think that's going to happen. Oh, it looks like they did. Okay, they're going to get a little damage on the Wild Hunters of Kurnus. Pretty even trade, all things considered. 1,500 Knights with Lances, Wild Hunters of Kurnus, 1,450. If Khorne can develop out some more mobility to get after these Way Watchers, that'll be good. Get Marauders off here. You got too many melee units on just like one or two Dryads. Like, all these Marauders fighting here is just totally unnecessary. You want to use one Marauder to delay the Dryads while you use all of the other Marauders to push up and at the very least buffer out the Way Watchers. If Way Watchers spend the whole game firing at Marauders, that's a huge win for you as Khorne. It's only when they're able to shoot stuff like Blood Beasts and Skull Taker and the Knights and the Forsaken that Way Watchers are going to get any value. Otherwise, it's a huge waste of their time. Skull Taker looking to run over some Dryads here. It's exactly what he wants to do in this matchup. Skull Taker is just there to clean up any infantry that's left behind. Find blob fights that might have developed where the extra stats he gives are very important. And also potentially to, kill enemy lords. Skull Taker's very good in one-on-one combats. With his 61 melee attack and unyielding assault, meaning that he never drops any stats. He's usually pretty consistent in terms of what he can do against enemy characters. Wild Riders lost really hard against the Lances. The Chaos Knights with Lances, dude. This is one of the few matchups where the Chaos Knights of Khorne at all really shine, and the Lance Knights, with the charge bonus and the fire damage, when they make contact against some of these Wood Elf units, can actually become kind of a nightmare for them. Fleshhounds get shot to death. The Wood Elves have a huge lead in terms of the value trades, but they don't have any objectives other than the number one. And that's looking a little scary for them right now. Blood Beasts die. Fleshhounds die. I think Khorne is officially on the verge of gassing themselves out here. Oh, this is real scary for Khorne. Just using the Knights now to get whatever extra value they can isn't a bad idea. Although what you should really do right now is get all the Marauders moving forward to try and get on the Way Watchers, and then have your Forsaken and the Knights just bum rush the Way Watchers. Because if you compromise this Way Watcher position right now, and you kill all of these guys, the Wood Elves will be behind really badly because they'll have lost their value trade piece. You can grind fairly well against Wild Riders as Khorne. It's usually a fairly good trade for you. And your opponent won't get any extra supplies from unsummoning the Way Watchers, which means that you'll be in a fairly good position to replace your losses if you get that huge uptrade by killing all these 1150 Way Watchers. Plus there's a Deepwood Scout who costs 850. This is just playing too fairly. Khorne does want to fight front lines a lot of the time, but against factions that are gonna be going kite, you don't want to interact with the front line at all. To play counter kite as Khorne means that you just delay frontline engagements as much as possible, and use your units to like kind of bully as many backline units as possible. It's a little hard against the Wood Elves, but I think it would have been very possible. It was just a little bit, the initial dive was a little delayed. There was too much shooting onto expensive targets that the Wood Elves were allowed to get here. I mean, they just got to use all their ammo on the Way Watchers, and while they uptraded okay here, that's not nearly as important as keeping them healthy so that when they get unsummoned, they are able to bring in more units with the extra supplies. Because now Khorne, without Skulltaker, is suffering a bunch of leadership penalties. You can see Marauders routing with like more than half their HP. There's just not going to be a way to hold on to these objectives. More volleys going down on Khorngors. Khorngors are also really bad in this matchup. Khorngors only have 60 armor. They're very weak to skirmish of any kind, honestly. Wood Elves being the kite and skirmish kings. It's a no-go. It's a no for me. I don't even think Khorngors are a very good unit anymore. People have kind of just, like, gotten wind of what you're trying to do with them, and they just don't allow you to engage the Khorngors anymore. You can bring, like, one or two in a couple of relevant matchups, particularly against factions that have, like, Coldwind Riders and Coldwind Knights. That's where Khorngors can be fairly effective, but in the matchups where the enemy doesn't have AP Cav, it's better to have units that can put out a lot more, like, base weapon damage anyways. Look at this Forsaken getting broken, dude. I mean, there's, like, 50 million units on them. The reason that their leadership is so bad is because of the faster and stronger enemies nearby. That is a continually, like, stacking leadership debuff. On top of being attacked from rear and already having a -10 from the Lord being dead, that's way too much for anything to be able to deal with. We get a couple of people sending in replays that they say are fairly close. So, I am going to get into a couple of those. And maybe we can get an opportunity to talk about how to manage late game scenarios. Because that's like the make or break moment for most people. Yeah, I'll do Warriors of Chaos versus Tomb Kings since you're asking. Like I said, if you drop it in here what you want me to spectate, I'll make it my top priority. If you send it to me on Discord and you tell me about the game, I will be a little bit more discerning about it. Because I am going to be going on vacation in a couple of weeks here. I'm trying to bank up a nice supply of replays, and I'm going to be doing a day where all I do is just cast stuff. That way there's some content for the people to watch while I'm out of town, because I won't be able to do the new player tournaments, which I'm actually kind of sad about. It's like one of the things I look forward to throughout the week. It's just always a really good time. I love casting replays, and I love casting new player replays especially, because this game is so incredibly dense. It takes forever to learn. You think that learning other games is hard? Game knowledge here is an absolute must. You have to be all over it in order to, the fuck is... Oh, it's into the Dowie? Anyways, game knowledge is, like, the biggest, like, make or break. When you're getting into, like, the upper levels of competition, guys like Charix and Oishi and Anticity, the reason that they're so good, yeah, their micro's good, but really it's the fact that they understand how units interact that means that they're able to make good macro decisions, and so their micro is able to get them that little bit of extra value that can get them ahead on you, and then they never give up that edge. So that's why oftentimes the top players seem so impossible to deal with. Like, it's a combination of raw skills, but also just, like, having spent enough time playing the game to really have absolutely no problem with making the right decision of when and where. You're Ulrika bringing Pit of Shades as well as the Blood Shards, so looking to hyper amp the magic here, which isn't a bad idea. Pit of Shades does good damage to Dwarf Warriors when it's overcast. It's on a similar power scale as something like Blizzard when it's overcast. It's fairly expensive, but really not that big of an imposition. You can usually get 4 off over the course of a game. If you time up your use on this Pit of Shades, you can probably get the Blood Shard maxed out pretty early on. I wouldn't be too terribly surprised. And honestly, motoring over here and looking for an opportunity to drop it on some of these blobbed up miners wouldn't be terrible. But I don't know if you really need to do that. These Hellstorm rocket batteries have been chipping away at the Dowie miners really nicely so far. Gotten a beautiful follow-up from Boris. Breaking all of the miners with the blasting charges right out the gate, basically. This huge blob of Hattie getting hard punished right now. And the Dowie do get up on the number 3, but despite having capped the number 2, they're falling behind pretty badly as a result of their efforts at holding here. They lost a ton of units. The Hellstorm rocket batteries probably shouldn't be firing in over here anymore. I would be focusing this other side of the Dowie formation now, and just leaving Boris and the Demigryph Lances to just chase off most of these routing units. That's all they really need to do now. Iron Drakes are not very well positioned from Hattie here. He's trying to shoot. The problem is the tree line. It's blocking quite a few of those missiles. Probably about half of that just hit trees. And then you've got plenty of shots not hitting anything because they're being fired inaccurately because, again, they're shooting through a forest. You gotta have them positioned up over here. And if you're gonna position your Iron Drakes here, then you need melee units to box out everything. And that's gonna open up avenues for the Hellstorm rocket battery to continue causing havoc. Like, their shots are coming in fairly slowly. And a little inaccurately. That's just the way of the that the rocket batteries function oftentimes. The thing about the regular Hellstorms as opposed to the Sunmaker is that they just have a shit ton of ammo. The Sunmaker is way more accurate, and each model fires, like, I think 4 times the number of rockets. But it only has 7 volleys, so oftentimes it can be a little inefficient in a really long game just because it uses all of its ammo so fast. The regular Hellstorms usually don't uptrade all that well because they die so quickly if units compromise them. If they get to fire all game, though, they are absolutely devastating to infantry-heavy formations, and that is the Dowie in a nutshell. They love going with numbers. And these Hellstorms could potentially be able to clear it all out here. Silver bullets and Hawkland long rifles looking to shoot down the gyrocopters. Gyro steam guns did get a really nice volley off here. Could start killing some of the Hellstorm battery models. And since they're positioned in the woods, they're not taking nearly as much damage. Moving out of the woods now, though. Getting in danger close, trying to drop the bombs is my guess. Are they going to be able to get the bomb drop before they break? They do. Clearing out some more of the crew, but then they break immediately, and they will run off the battlefield since they're so close to the edge. They do get a leadership break on the Hellstorm battery, though. Wow, damage sustained really adding up, and they were debuffed by the damage by artillery. More gyros coming in. Empire with a good value lead. Demigryph Knights, though, falling off a little bit. Finding the Dowie Warriors, and then just waves and waves and waves of infantry coming in. Proving to be a little much, honestly. Ulrika chipping away with her, does she have a pistol or a bow that she uses? Hold on. Does Ulrika use her bow, or does she have a pistol? I guess she does. She's got to use the bow, I guess. I don't know why I thought she had the bow on the back just as ornamental type of deal. For some reason, I thought she had like a pistol that she actually fired. But obviously not. We've got the miners being worked on still. God, dude, those freaking batteries. Just refusing to get any damage done right now. One of the battery crews runs off. Another bombing run coming out from the gyrocopters. That one a little inaccurate. Flying overhead, looking to get their shots onto the crew here. Might be able to break this artillery crew as well. Great damage coming in, man. The silver bullets have been able to do good work against the gyros. I mean, these have been pretty big losses for the Dowie. I would say it's probably an even trade for the Empire at this point, with these Hellstorm rocket batteries going down, and all the gyros that have been sent in as a result. But we do also have poor trading demigryphs up front here. They just haven't gotten nearly enough work done. They're 1,300 gold unit, and they've both gotten about 1,800. That's 800, 1,600 in total. That's probably made up for all of the gyros coming back here and dying as they try to kill the artillery pieces. Oh, one Hellstorm is going to rally, though. Might be able to get back over and recrew all 4 of the pieces.
No surrender!
They have enough guys for that. It takes 4 dudes for each. 4, 4, 4. Yeah, they can recrew all the artillery pieces. The Hawklands have been just pounding away all game. Look at the damage on these poor miners. Just bloody guts left of them, basically. Definitely want to kill the Iron Drakes now. Those Iron Drakes have gotten some respectable value now, and then get deleted by 1 good volley. That's why I use Hawklands in this matchup, dude. Hawklands are vulnerable and lose to Dowie cannons, but they beat all of the long-range Dowie shooting. Iron Drakes of any type get massacred by them. They're decent against the infantry. They wreck Bugman's Rangers and regular old Rangers as well. You got Boris looking to hound out the Grim Delvers. They did get 1,300 value. I would guess the Grim Delvers are probably part of the reason that the Demigryphs didn't quite uptrade. There's a lot of them dead back here. I would guess that what happened is the Grim Delvers came in. They probably got a couple of really good volleys off early, uptraded really nicely, and then they got shut down by the Empire's persistent attacks. That's what the tail of the tape is telling me. They've only used 3 volleys, and they've only gotten 27 kills, so they obviously haven't been killing infantry. And Demigryphs, for a monstrous cavalry unit, actually have a little bit more than a normal number of units in their normal number of models in their unit. 32 as opposed to like 16 or 24 like a lot do. I can see how a couple of volleys killed 27 of those guys. Number 3 objective, very broken down. The Dowie did have the triple cap for a little while, and they're barely hanging on to the number 1 here. These flagellants chasing a shattered unit is really bad right now. You got to be very cautious of stuff like this happening, because these guys are getting really out of position. This is a long way to run for infantry. That's about 70 meters. A lot can happen in that time. Like, the Dowie could get this fresh Dowie warrior up here and just lock this point down. Luckily, the great swords are able to do enough damage to grind out the great weapon warriors and the blast and charge miners. So the Empire is going to be able to take this before the dwarf warriors get up here. If the dwarf warriors had been motoring up onto the number 1, this could have gotten real ugly for the Empire. Holding on to the points is all the Dowie need right now. With the infantry numbers coming out for the Empire finally, though, it could start to get a little scary for them. Hochland's using up all of their ammo. They've actually got 1 volley each. Silver Bullets, quite a bit of ammo left. 1,200, 1,200, or 1,200, 1,500, and then 850 here, give or take. Hellstorm with 1,000. Hellstorm coming back in. That was a beautiful cast on those Longbeards. Ulrika had the max, or close to the max intensity, and drops an overcasted Pit of Shades here. And this Longbeard literally melted. When you come back over here and you see a unit that's got, like, their health bar with the whole grayed out area, that's telling you that they got hit by a bunch of burst damage. And the only possible explanation is Ulrika here. Great value on her. 1,200 is honestly pretty nice for her. And she's a good anti-infantry character. She should be able to run around with the hunger and just continually, like, heal through a lot of the damage that's being put down on her. I would try and keep her in the midst of buffering so that she can actually get a little bit better heals, so she's not just surrounded and getting hit from every angle. Because she will crumble out that way. Or not crumble. Does she crumble as a vampire, technically? She does, okay. I don't know. Maybe she'll be okay. She should be able to hang in for a little while longer. Beautiful volleys from the Hellstorm rocket battery there. And God, Boris with the terror routes, his value is pretty mid right now, but the stacking debuffs with, like, the artillery and Crush the Weak and Blood Roar has just been way too much for all these miners. The miners have been the weak link for the Dowie here, and normally they're the strong point for the Dwarves against the Empire. Usually what happens is that even if miners don't trade well 1 life, their subsequent summons are able to clear out Empire infantry. They get up on point in mass numbers. Their army means that it takes ages for, like, flagellants and state troopers to break them down. And they just outlast everything the Empire can throw in at that point. But, I mean, hey, whatever works, works, man. And I've been loving that, it's basically a Terror Blob, build. Like, you've also got the Demigryph Knights applying fear to everything. That's another -8 to all of the Dowie units that don't have ITP. And that's just making for a really rough game. Empire holding on to the number 1. They have the triple cap now. They're not in danger of losing any of the points either, other than the number 1. And they do need to retake this, though. It is still triple cap territory. I'd get this flagellant motoring over there. All of the stuff in the middle can stay. All the stuff on the number 3 can stay. Boris, Dowie Lord shattered. Honestly, not a bad thing to let him slowly rat off the field. Because the Dowie are going to get hit by the -16 in a really awful moment in the battle. Where they're trying to hold on one objective, and then the terror routes from Boris up here on the number 1 could come into play and be the critical X factor that gets King of the Jungle to win here. Because it is pretty razor close right now. I mean, the Empire is neck and neck on the value. Typically that's going to be favorable for the Dwarves, but they've just lost so many units. They've been getting chased off the field. They haven't traded super well. Demigryphs in the late game here. Just bullying the Dowie infantry, reinforcing the number 1 here. Great swords have paid for themselves. Good performance from them. One of the better matchups for the Empire Greatswords for sure. Normally, the Empire Greatswords are lackluster at best. Oftentimes, they're just a guaranteed down trade, but against the Dowie, as long as they aren't getting shot, they generally speaking are going to get some pretty respectable work done for you. Yeah, that's great, doing all this damage. You're good at this objective. Please don't fumble it, KOTJ. You've got the momentum here. You got the Flagellants and the Swordsmen. You just don't need Boris up top here. You need Boris to intercept these miners and get the terror routes here on this miner. Just use him to intercept stuff. I don't know why he's flying all the way back over to the number 3. There's nothing really needed over here. Like, the Dowie theoretically could be bringing up, like, a stealth unit, but you got great swords for that. Their stealth units are all ranged tools anyways. So, like, if your opponent's bringing up something like a ranger or a ranger great weapon, you know, they've kind of got to stay off the point and shoot you off before they push in. So you can keep your great swords, like, kind of closer to the back of the objective if you're afraid of that. If you see something like a Dwarf Warrior coming up, then you can move the greatsword forward to the edge to stuff back. You do end up capping the number 1. I'm just a huge proponent for lords like Boris being very disruptive against the Dowie, especially when they lack missiles to punish those characters. The more time you spend intercepting Dowie reinforcements off the point, the better your time against them is going to be. By the time the Dowie get into the late game, if they don't have caps, they're terrible at recontesting objectives, especially if you just send tattered units forward to grind out a little extra value, and then also keep them from getting up here. And Hattie is summoning the Dowie units out very close together, so like a handful of models is stuffing back 2 entire units. You know, not that it would make a big difference just because of how many Imperial troops are there, but if this were a little bit of a closer end game here, then maybe the Dowie could spread their units out and actually get some stuff up on the point to maybe make a difference. Beautiful blasting charge volley, that's why they're so good here. Chunking down the Flagellants. I mean, almost 4,000 HP loss by those Flagellants in one go. Absolutely horrible stuff for the Empire. Hellstorm rocket battery coming in, just like a couple of rockets landing into those blobbed up Dowie units would be absolutely devastating, and they would not be able to weather that fire. This is where you, honestly, actually, you want to keep them back, because it's 3 really tattered units. You don't need to advance off here. I would actually send the swordsman over, just to help out a little bit. And then the Flagellants and the Spearmen can sit on the number 2 while the Demogryphs rotating over to get up after the units pushing the number 1 is a really good call. More Flagellants, and a really nice late game triple cap from the Empire to grind out a attritional win against the Dowie. This kind of is how you want to play into the Dwarves. Resign yourself to a long game and try to value trade against the Dowie as much as possible. The weaker you get the Dowie on the objectives and the more time you have to develop out an overwhelming amount of infantry to take and then consolidate the objectives, the less likely the Dwarves are to be able to withstand that. I'll get your game next, Tommy. This build just screamed to me. The second I saw it, I knew we were going to have to watch this one immediately. This is an absolutely bonkers build. But look at this stuff, man. I mean, like, these builds are proof that you don't have to bring what's meta every time. right? I mean, KOTJ is bringing, what, 7 units here? 6 units in the opener? And just beat a Dowie Tide. That's not an easy thing to do. This is, yeah, Dusted Steppes. So this is the round 2 game. Yeah, Cheprian, okay. We watched Cheprian a little earlier. Struggled against Khorne. We'll pay a little more attention to what Cheprian is doing this time around. You know, I was glazing Chia pretty hard. Chia did play that game really, really well. I'd like to give Cheprian some attention here to maybe clean up some potential errors that might be being made with the Tomb Kings, because Tomb Kings are a really hard faction to play, actually. I've heard people say that they're a beginner-friendly faction. I just don't agree at all with that assessment. I think they're very hard to get a handle on in multiplayer. Maybe in land battles and conquest they're easy, because, you know, you just want to do, like, one of two things, basically, which is either a filthy blob or just, like, a ton of range with a ton of chaff. In domination mode, because you're playing all these objectives and a lot of your units have really poor cap weight, since you have tons of expendable infantry, you've got to be very careful about positioning as the Tomb Kings. Your best bet for capping points is actually your cav, which means that you have to be very self-preserving. With your skeleton horse archers and your skeleton horsemen, you really can't let them get punished. Because if you do, you're not able to bounce around and take points from your enemy and keep them on their toes. And if Warriors of Chaos get a square fight against the Tomb King's front line, they win that every single day of the week, and then their lords and heroes can just run around and bully all of the expensive units. Beautiful trap here from Tommy. Gets the Horse Masters up into the trees, kind of getting a surround and cutting off the Skeleton Horse Archers. Collapsing of the Hellstriders, who are going to get their poison online, and there's no escaping for the Horse Archers now. They're absolutely screwed here. Brutal friendly fire damage. Got to be careful with the Soul of Damnation sometimes. Not that big of a deal, though. You get a massive win here. Tommy with a good value lead and killing all of your opponent's mobility, which was going to keep the Horse Masters in check and also poke at the Hellstriders, means Warriors of Chaos probably going to get free engages onto the back line now. I don't think Cheprian's going to be able to do much to stop Archaon and the Hellstriders from taking down the Chosen of the Gods, honestly. Burning Head can also clear out the front line. You've got Spirit Leech as well. Searing Doom here too. Pretty good, honestly, a good spread of spells on Archaon isn't a bad idea. Just because all of these are very cost-effective, and they all fit different niches, right? Like, Burning Head, really good against chaff infantry. Searing Doom, good against more elite infantry, like Tomb Guard. Also really good against cavalry. Can even chip away at monstrous units with some good targeting on the Searing Doom. And then you got Spirit Leech, which is great single target removal. Also fairly effective against stuff like the Chosen of the Gods. Nice shot from the Hell Cannon there. Taking down one of the Chosen of the God models. More shots going to be coming in here. Looks like the Kefirgard are the target now, though. Also a good option. These guys do have regeneration, but every time they lose models, you can't regenerate dead units. And the Tomb Kings don't have a way to resurrect dead models outside of the Realm of Souls. And it heals injured before resurrecting, so it's very rare that you're going to be able to get the Kefirgard's models back up to 120 if you're losing any of them. Skeleton Spears getting pummeled a little bit, Hellstriders just chilling, and Chosen of the Gods Trying to be as careful as possible, but they're down to half health already, man. That's a lot of damage to be taking. Really nice burning head. Oh my god, and it's hitting the Kefir guard. Great work against these guys. They just healed a bunch of their pool back up. That burning head basically nullifies any and all healing they've already gotten. This is honestly the time to engage with your marauders. Get the charge off while you can, and make sure that your opponent's not able to just like pile tons of units in behind the elite stuff, but that's already happened, so now you might as well just like sit here. In fact, even disengaging wouldn't be a bad idea there, and just using your mobility to try and punish the Tomb Kings here ain't a bad idea. Horse Master's getting pushed back, but that's because they got terror routed by the Necrosphinx. They're rallying in here. Hellstrider's taking down some more Horse Archers, getting attacked by the Necrosphinx, not the Arwar Necrosphinx. The Sphinx of Uskef is, in my opinion, the better bet. The regular Necrosphinx just doesn't really do anything special. The Sphinx of Uskef has magic attacks and flaming attacks, which is really crucial for lords that have Physres, is also preventing lords from really healing, because flaming attacks do lower the incoming healing by 50%, which is really important to keep in mind. Way too deep with Cetra. The infantry isn't really supported by much of anything. And again, losing the horse archers in the early game is so painful, man. You just have to play more careful with the horse archers. Horse archers, really, all they want to do, if you're not bringing max horse archers, you just use them to cap the objective in front of your main force. Hold the position and skirmish any cavalry and whatnot your opponent has. Slow the cap down until your main force arrives, and then you position to get your shooting on the field to then take another point. And the horse archers can move with your main formation and sit behind it and be the good cap weight that you need for that. A lot of mispositioning on the backline elements for the Tomb Kings. They're just left a little too scattered here. They've done a good job of hounding down the Horse Masters, sure, although they have gotten their value back just about. Killing these Horse Archers, great. Hellstriders, just so devastating against light units. And the Rotting Riders going after Cetra a little bit here, getting some pretty good work done. Oh, the Ushabti summon. I was wondering what the hell was going on here. Ushabti summon being taken down by the Rotting Riders, that's fine. The Rotting Riders won't lose any models, probably. Their stats are too good for the Ushabti to do any real consistent AP damage. And these guys do have regen, so they should be able to persevere through it. And then Archeon and the Rotting Riders could kill the Necrosphinx. Necrosphinxes are very vulnerable against anti-large units. Their stats with the low melee defense of 40 really does let them down oftentimes. That's another reason the Sphinx of Uskef is so good, is that it gets 10 more melee defense, getting up to a respectable 50. Regular Necrosphinx just gets folded up. It's looking like some freshly washed towels, honestly. Cetra fighting alone. Good Usirian's incantation on the Horse Masters, but not enough to kill them before they do uptrade. 1,000 value is pretty nice on an 800 gold cavalry unit. If you use them more effectively, they probably end up with about 1,400, which would be amazing value on those guys. But you've done a pretty good job of punishing your opponent for trying to compromise them. Still gotten decent damage dealt with the Javelins, and they've supported the Hellstriders really nicely. Number 2 objective, in the flux a little bit. Kefir Guard, very healthy again. They've just gotten to regen so much this game. I don't think the Warriors of Chaos have done a very good job of punishing the Kefir Guard up to this point. See about it in the late game. Another really nice Burning Head. This one hitting Spears and the Kefir Guard. Kefir Guard finally dropping quite a few models here, and another vicious shot from the Soul of Damnation comes in. Archeon with 1500 value. We got some Marauders and Rotting Riders looking to move out. Hellstrider's the greats around here. God, dude, this has been Tommy's big strength here. The Tomb Kings just keep letting their cavalry get caught, and then they're making the big mistake of trying to run away from Hellstriders. You can't get away from Hellstriders, guys. They're 100 speed with poison. They're literally custom built so that if they catch something that has even 90 speed, there's no getting away. You have to face check Hellstriders when you get caught. Because if you run away, they're just going to get free damage on you, and that's not going to do you any good. The benefit of having all of the cheap skeleton horsemen is that you always have a numbers advantage in the mobility game, so theoretically how you beat a Hellstrider as the Tomb Kings, you send the skeleton horseman in, you face check a Hellstrider, you have another horseman that loops around and gets a rear charge, and that's how you win that fight. If you do that consistently, you can very much beat a Hellstrider. Hellstriders are not invincible, you know? Like, there's a reason that even though they were incredibly powerful, and even still are an incredibly powerful unit, that they were never banned, unlike Seekers, because they lack AP, their stats aren't nearly as strong. Their leadership is high at 60, but it's not insurmountable. It's just that the ITP is really good, so they never terror out. Usually 60 leadership units are pretty easy to terror out, but obviously when you add in the ITP, it's never going to happen. So that's why Hellstriders typically seem to be a little bit strong, you know? But if you've got superior numbers and you've got good shock damage on your units in their own right, like the Skeleton Horsemen do, with a charge bonus of 34, it doesn't seem like that much, but it's more than enough for a flimsily armored unit like the Hellstriders. Have 15 armor in total. It's just piss poor. Tomb Kings haven't been able to hold the points long enough. Warriors of Chaos have a huge, like, advantage in numbers right now.
The foe's victory point.
This is one of the risks of having Eyes of the Desert. They're fairly slow, they're not good in melee combat, and their missiles are very short range. And if they get collapsed on by something like the Rotting Riders, and you don't have support nearby, bye-bye unit. That's just brutal, man.
Unending glory is yours.
The way you want to use your infantry and your mass as the Tomb Kings is you want to use those to keep your Chosen of the Gods alive. You want to use them to buffer for the sepulchral stalkers, and you want to like pull your stalkers through the infantry and then maneuver out onto the flank, where you can then fire from safety onto the flank of the Rotting Riders. Cheprian was just kind of outpositioned the whole game. Tommy did a way better job of pulling the Tomb King's army apart, and the Tomb Kings were just not very discerning about where and when their horsemen needed to engage, and they just value traded horribly. I mean, 100, 163, 127, 83. These are 400 gold units, and when you're talking about their combined value, they're not even getting a full, they're not even getting like 33% of the total cost back. And that's just a level of inefficiency that a faction like the Tomb Kings literally just can't afford. They can't afford to downtrade that badly because of how expensive their good units are, how bad their cap weight is. They're very reliant on value trading against their opponent in order to win. The Chosen of the Gods only got 100. You only get 100 on the Sepulchral Stalkers. The Necrosphinx actually did better than most other units in this army. Because at the very least, it got 900 value on its, 1800 gold cost. Maybe it's a little more. I think it might be closer to 2,000. The Kefir Guard is an 1,100 gold unit that only got 259 value. Cetra is the only thing that paid for himself. And that's just not something that you can afford to let happen. Like, the Micro on Cetra was great, but I think it came at the cost of literally everything else. And that's just not going to ever end up being a winning formula, unfortunately. In my first game, the Dowie brought in flame cannons. Yeah, flame cannons are pretty vicious if you're not ready for them. They're fairly long range now. They got a lot of buffs over time. And they can be pretty saucy. Hold on, guys. Let me see what round we're getting into. God damn, we're blazing through the tournament right now. I think we're at the end of round 3. I'm going to download more replays. Obviously, we'll cast a few more. Keep forgetting I'm on Discord on my browser. For whatever reason, my Discord app is just broken. I need to, like, reinstall the whole thing. I don't know what happened. It just stopped working. Literally won't, like, update. It acts like I'm always disconnected from the internet. Obviously, I'm not now, and it still doesn't work. So, I don't know. Having to use it in the browser is a little funky feeling. It's not quite the same speed. I keep, like, tabbing away to, like, go do other stuff when I don't even actually need to. I think that's all the replays. I'll drop them in the folder, and I'm going to go to the bathroom, and then I'll come hang out with y'all. We'll go over a few more. It's really... They sure are duplicates. Okay. Cool. BRB, guys. Alright, we're back. Oh, is this, is the forever update issue like a real thing for Discord? I mean, that would make sense, because that's what's been happening to me. It's just been the last couple of days, like, I don't know what it was. I think I force quit out of, something, and, my computer just didn't like it, and I don't know how that broke Discord exactly, but I'm pretty sure that's what ended up happening. I've just been, you know, playing games with my brother a bit. Chilling, doing my own thing. Chia's coming in with this Soul Grinder in reserve in a lot of matchups, and double Skull Cannon again. Oh, same build as that Tomb Kings game from earlier. Let's get into it. Anyways, I don't know if anybody was actually interested in me streaming the new, quote-unquote new, Star Wars Battlefront 2. One from 2017. I never played it when it came out, because it was an Origin exclusive, and fuck EA Origin. It is a terrible platform. The only game I ever bought on it was Battlefield 1, which was worth it. I never wanted to use it again, though, for anything else. But they finally put Battlefront 2 on Steam, and I've been trying it out, and it's an absolute blast. It's a great game.
From whence the blood flows, only that it flows.
I was thinking about streaming it because I've just been playing so much of it the last few days, but I didn't really know if anybody would care. Oh, the super upvetted Outriders. Okay, so the Outriders with the chevrons are actually pretty vicious. They do some pretty good damage. Their extra accuracy makes them quite nasty when they're firing in, because one of the big problems with these guys is that their repeater guns often miss follow-up shots, because they fire, you know, 6 shots per volley. So what happens with the unupgraded version of the Outriders is their first shot hits, and then all of the others just like fire wildly over the head of their target. You can see a lot of shots still missing here, but they do hit a little more accurately when they have the chevrons. And it's not so prohibitive in terms of cost. This is one of the only non-artillery pieces in the game that's worth giving chevrons to. Fleshhounds do get into this Outrider, and they get a little bit of damage off, so, I mean, at the very least, even though they're going down, they delayed the cap here. They got a little bit of value. He's still got one Fleshhound over here. He's fairly healthy. Chia just needs to post up. Marauder here, Marauder here. Marauder here, and then another one here. And you can have the halberds back. And the skull cannons can just poke away at all this infantry. Probably want to hit the greatswords as soon as possible. Greatswords can be real nasty. That was a beautiful shot from the skull cannon. Cleaved through multiple models of the spearmen, and then got a bunch of damage on this spear back here with the vortex. Yeah, man. Honestly, I really miss the old skull cannons, guys. Like, the vortex was really fun for a while, but since it got nerfed, skull cannons have actually been kind of mediocre at best. The way the old skull cannons worked with, like, the cleaving missiles is that the shot just never stopped until it hit the ground. There was a way to utilize it for killing infantry that actually worked, that I really liked, and you can still do it. It works with the vortex still. It's a little less effective than it once was. Basically, you drive up onto the side of infantry units, and then you fire down the length of the formation, and it does some nasty damage. The thing that Khorne is weak to, that the old skull cannons countered, was stuff like Outriders, actually. Because the missile would cleave through so many cavalry units, you could kill like 6 or 7 Outriders with one shot. And it was really great for punishing the Empire's mobility. Khorne can't really do that too well with just Fleshhounds and Furies. You have to get an overwhelming number of missile units to do that, and then you leave yourself a little bit more flimsy in the front line. This is my preferred build for fighting the Empire. I would not bring the Bloodwake Berserkers in while there are this many Outriders around, though. Because these guys cost 1,750 gold, the Bloodwake Berserkers are a good late-game anchor against the Empire, but I would try and prioritize more mobility. I would get some Forsaken in. Forsaken really good against spears. Also pretty good at, like, pushing Outriders if they don't get microed expertly. Then if they collapse on the Outriders, Forsaken kill their models pretty fast and they can shred these dudes up. You bring in Furies and Fleshhounds to push the back lines. You get some Minotaurs to kill any heavy Empire Knights and stuff like that. Another thing that is really good here is the Marauder Horsemen throwing axes. They're great for breaking up blobs of Empire infantry with rear charges, supporting the Marauders in the front line. They can also do good damage to stuff like War Wagons, who can beat up on Skull Cannons pretty badly. It's a very close game. Chia is neck and neck with the Empire here. And theoretically, this should favor Khorne, believe it or not. Khorne is really good in close games. And they're chasing quite a few Empire units back right now. Valkia needs to be real careful. She doesn't want to fight these greatswords. She is attacking the Master Engineer now. Not the worst call in the world. Fury's grinding out a little bit of even value against the Empire Knights and the Spears here. The Bloodwake Berserkers are going to downtrade really badly this game, I'm afraid. I mean, look at the Outrider fire, just blitzing these guys down. Speedrunning them into oblivion. 22 models left, only 3,000 HP. They could still get some good value if they're allowed to fight. No hate there, but it's going to be a little tough for them. Good micro away from the pigeon bombs. Oh no, the greatsword's moving into the pigeon bombs here.
The enemy has captured one
Wait,
of your
what
victory
happened?
points. Take it back.
That was like the shortest pigeon bomb duration I've ever seen in my life. Is there a way to cancel it or something? That was weird. Alright, well the greatswords didn't get punished by pigeon bombs there. Chaos Warrior Halberd's getting terrified, it looks like, and running away from the Master Engineer. The problem for the Empire is these Skull Cannons. They're at, like, full health, basically. They don't have anything other than Outriders that can punish them, and the Outriders have finally been caught by Furies and are going to be going down here. Look at the value they got, though. 1,200 on this one. The other got 800, not bad. Not quite paying for itself, unlike this 1,200 Outrider over here. Empire Knights, they get a charge off on the Furies, but it was a little limp. It didn't quite finish these guys off, even though it was a good rear charge. Bloodwake Berserkers cleaning up the Spearmen with absolutely no problems. They can get up over here and clean these guys up, and I would have the Skull Cannons just run over all the infantry. And then you just bring out Marauders. Just like wave after wave of Marauders to replace your losses, and just watch and make sure that you bring out some heavy anti-large if you really need it. Oh, Soul Grinder coming in. Let's go, baby. Giving the Soul Grinder chevrons when it's in reserve, I'm not so sure on. See it firing the shotgun cannon in here. Taking out a couple of spearmen at a time is not really efficient for it. So the Soul Grinder should really be chasing the grenade launchers. Excuse me. It's much more effective at that than it is shooting at such a cheap spear unit. It does get a terror route here, which is great. But really, the Soul Grinder is best used just like constantly on the move, like pounding down onto the flank of infantry, maneuvering and chasing after skirmishers who can't 360 shoot and peel for themselves, because this guy with collision damage does actually clear out cavalry models pretty well with the weapon strength. He can kill like 3 or 4 cavalry with one swing of the sword or the power fist, and then the shotgun cannon is also pretty good at chipping down the grenade launchers and the Outriders. So it's worth having. Bloodwake Berserkers get the Relentless Rage. It's not going to do anything for them. They're not like in melee combat. It's keeping them from dying, I guess, and a little bit of extra ammo is being wasted by the Outriders. They do get into combat. They are able to do a little damage here. Valkia is very trapped up. Oh, and she's on the wrong target right now. You gotta be careful with situations like this. This is not how Valkia needs to be targeted right now. She's trying to push through the units that are locking her in place to attack the Master Engineer, who is unreachable. She's got Demon Shield, so she's not taking any free damage right now. But once Demon Shield wears off, her in this fight, she's going to start taking a bunch of chip damage unnecessarily here. If she were actually targeting the Horsemen and the Demigryphs here, then she's going to be fighting, and she's going to be a lot less likely to get hit, right? Because she's going to be focused on units in the front. The rear units are the only ones going to be getting any kind of chip damage on her in return. At the very least, she'll get some good value. I really have loved Chia's micro with Valkia is very good. Obviously very practiced using her. Doesn't overextend with her too often. Does a pretty good job of prioritizing the right kinds of targets and situations with her as well. And, you know, she's got all of her items and abilities, so she is, like, full cost, so she's 2100. But getting 2100 out of Valkia as a melee combat lord, and her being healthy in the late game, it's actually a pretty good opportunity to dive in on the Demigryph halberds and help out with the Soul Grinder here. Skull Cannons could also fire in. Their missiles do good enough damage that they can kill one or two models of the Royal Altar of Gryphites with each shot. And you can see there, killing two models, getting the Vortex damage in on these guys too, and a follow-up charge from the Flesh Hounds. Royal Altar of Gryphites in a bad fight here. Really scary situation for them. Bit of friendly fire there from the Skull Cannon, a little unfortunate. Halberds have actually hung in really nicely. Look at them on death's bed. Oh, maxed out on the chevrons. No wonder they held so long. That is actually kind of crazy. That means they barely paid for themselves, but hey, I mean, I guess it's not bad. Fleshhound's moving up. God, this game is so close. This is on a razor's edge right now. Oh no. So, scary for both sides, right? Master Engineer dies to Valkia, but Valkia very low, wavering a little bit. She's really close to the edge of the map and spawn zone. She could be mopped up here. She needs to get up in the air and just run away so that Khorne's leadership doesn't start faltering here at any point. Wow, Empire Knights with more than half their health get broken by the rear charge from the Flesh Hounds, and probably the artillery damage from the Skull Cannon. Stacking up too many debuffs for these poor Empire Knights, and they're going to get chased off here. Cap on the number 2. Soul Grinder's still out here, getting some okay value. One of the Skull Cannons crumbling out to the Royal Altar of Gryphites. Huge loss for Khorne. Be more careful with this thing. That's all I ask. Soul Grinder should probably just rally over to the number 1 and cap it, and you know, get a little extra damage, tear out some stuff. Shot going down from the Skull Cannon, and tickling a few of these great swords. Khorngor's moving up, gonna be a good unit to hold the number 1 with the Soul Grinder. So what can happen here with Khorne is Khorngors get up to this point, Furies help them secure it with the Soul Grinder, kill the Spearman, and then the Khorngors kind of sit here, and the Soul Grinder can push with the Furies to keep back any Empire units trying to get up on that point. Wow, rallying on the edge of the map are these Empire Knights, Skull Cannon, and the Flesh Hounds not quite chasing those guys off well enough. I would try and get a Marauder out. Although maybe with Valkia routing and there being Empire Knights, you don't want that. Valkia going down here is a big problem for Khorne. Khorne has the value lead, but there's a lot of value for Melkor that hasn't been counted appropriately because of all the crumbling. And Khorne did lose the Bloodwake Berserkers with very little value to show for it. That does add up pretty quickly. Way too over-aggressive with the Furies. They're going to get folded up. It's a lot of value to lose. If you had both these Furies back here and in position on the number 1, then there's no way the Empire is going to take it away from you. Get the Fleshhounds charging from the rear here. Get these Furies over to support. Or you can use the Fleshhounds to try and take the number 2 here. A little worried about this. I think Melkor is going to be okay. Melkor is going to be able to rally here in the end game and ice the Blood God out, I think. Soul Grinders, Terror Routes have been great so far, and the Khorngors have gotten some pretty good value against these Spearmen. They're pretty effective against infantry as long as their Primal Fury and Frenzy is active. Good shot coming in there. Soul Grinder showing the stuff, man. Another Terror Route going down. Empire having a lot of leadership problems as a result. This is what I'm saying, dude. Honestly, I'm curious to see double Soul Grinder against the Empire. I do think like multiple War Wagons would shut that down, but against a build like this from Melkor, I actually think double Soul Grinder would be more effective than the Skull Cannons. Skull Cannon here with 1500 value, just running over stuff. I mean, the Lawnmower is so good, man. If all it does is kill chaff infantry for the Empire, and Khorne just goes real deep into the Marauders and then backs it up with some Khorngors, Furies, Fleshhounds, and then the Blood Beasts, you're honestly pretty well off. It's not a lot the Empire can do at that point. Khorngors getting their value back here. They kill the Empire Knights. They finish off the Royal Altar of Griffites. More Empire Knights here in a really bad fight. And those Terror Routes, I'm saying, man. 1200 on the Soul Grinder. Getting another 100 from there. Not quite. Maybe about 50 value. We're going to chase these guys off the field. Definitely want to make sure that they get chased down. Look at this. Tattered Marauders hanging on to this point. Khorngors coming up. The Fleshhounds do not want to stick around here. Fleshhounds need to get out now. There's just a little too much they can do damage to them. All these Spearmen are fairly effective. The Furies and the Skull Cannon would suffice for clearing through all this. I just want the Fleshhounds alive because they're going to be good for pouncing onto the rear of units that might be attacking your Khorngors. Like locking cavalry in place, as well as just allowing the Khorngors to trap stuff up in the middle of them, because Khorngors have bad mass, but the Fleshhounds have really good mass at 450. With 32 models, that's actually decent enough that they're able to lock down any cavalry, as well as a lot of large entities. As long as the unit doesn't have, like, 5,000 mass, then Fleshhounds are actually pretty good at keeping it locked in combat. Furies being annoying as always. Excuse me. Fleshhounds and the Furies need help on the number 3 over here. Khorne does have the objective advantage in terms of their tickets right now. Empire's got the momentum in terms of caps, though. They're taking this number 3. They've got the number 2. What is it? Single? It is single cap territory, though. Khorne doesn't have to hold the number 3, but it would help tremendously to do so. They get a really nice leadership break on the spears. Again, that is exactly how Fleshhounds should be used, and they are doing it here. Rear charging units, keeping the Empire honest. Khorngors get hammered by that Outrider volley. But they get their Unbreakable proc at the very least. So they should be able to hold there and keep the cap weight nice and settled for Khorne. Soul Grinder, 4,300 HP, more than half left, and continuing to wail on the infantry. I think if you cut the Bloodwake Berserkers and just bring a couple of Blood Beasts and make sure that you're not forgetting about Furies, then I think Chia would have won an even more comfortable victory here.
Unending.
Really great stuff, man. Love the build, really well microed. Few mistakes were made, but nothing egregious, and was very much able to outmuscle the Empire. It's a classic example of why the Empire struggles against Khorne so badly, because they can win mobility engagements, but the second they have to hold on to points with the infantry, they just fall apart. And they just can't do it, man. It's too hard for them. Their Free Company militia get folded up by marauders. Their shooting is usually a little too slow to break down armored warriors. It's rough. Yeah, Fleshhounds do eat wizards for breakfast. Leaving this the Pit of Shades caster around, or the Melkoth's caster around for so long, wasn't great, but it wasn't a big deal because that magic is being mitigated just by the spell resistance. Khorne's fine being hit by Melkoths. It's not as devastating against Khorne as other factions. So, getting him at the end was all that really mattered. Just getting rid of that cap weight. And prioritizing killing that Master Engineer on the Steam Tank was huge. I mean, you've got to kill him. He flattens the infantry. Valkia is like one of your few effective tools against him, because even though he's anti-infantry, he doesn't have great melee attacks, so she can avoid a lot of his damage. She just hits him so consistently, she'll chip him down very well. Use Fleshhounds to kind of lock him in place. Yeah, it is nice to see the Soul Grinder get shit done. It's good. I really swear by the Khorne Soul Grinder. I think it's actually the best variant out of all of them. Maybe the Zinch variant has an argument that it's better. The Arawar for Nurgle, the Noxbringer, is definitely the best Soul Grinder, period. But of the regular variants, it's the Khorne Soul Grinder for me, any day of the week. They just do a lot for you, man. They're pretty good against other single entities because of their melee attack. Where the hell was that game? I don't see it in here. How can I not find it now? Oh, it's literally right here. These things have good melee attack. At 58 with 550 weapon strength, they massively outclass all of the other Soul Grinder variants. Other than the Slaanesh Soul Grinder. But the Slaanesh Soul Grinder just sucks, dude. I don't know what it is about this thing. It just doesn't seem to do anything. I've never seen the Slaanesh Soul Grinder work. I think the reason the Khorne Soul Grinder is so effective is because of the shotgun cannon. I think that's the best thing about it. Against, like, mid-tier infantry, like, especially Saurus and Chaos Warriors, the Soul Grinder of Khorne is really good at clearing them out. Because the AP on the shotgun is so strong. At 90 armor-piercing missile damage on all 3 projectiles and only 30 base missile strength, it's pretty good. Where are we at in the tournament? Hold on, guys. Let me go check it out on Challenge. We're winding down round 4. Are we gonna do another? No, I don't think we have time for another replay. Ooh, that's a promising game. Oh, advice for the Empire on that last match, bring a couple of engineers. You don't need the Master Engineer on the Steam Tank. He's great, but I do think Khorne is one of his weaker matchups. The Engineers have their repeating rifles, and they shred everything that Khorne throws at them. They're really good at poking down skull cannons, in fact. They're also good at poking infantry and fleshhounds and Valkia. They literally don't have a single unit that they don't massacre with their rifles. It's pretty gross. Wood Elves versus Chaos Dowie struggled in that matchup. Yeah, I'll check it out. For a faction that struggles so much versus Kite, you'd think you'd see it more often than Zona at Skirmish Cap. Here's the thing about that. There was a point at which you could face check Khorne and overwhelm them with numbers. But after Omens, you can't really do that because of Skull Taker and the Wrathmongers. Now that Khorne is so much better at killing mass numbers, people have finally adjusted to going full Kite against Khorne again, and I think the Soul Grinder will make a return. Because the Soul Grinder, as long as it's not at a horrible range disadvantage, is very good at counter-kiting. It was a mainstay for me for a while into Warriors of Chaos, into Slaanesh. I loved bringing it against Nurgle, because Nurgle has awful tools against the Soul Grinders. All they have to kill it are Plague Ogres, basically, and focus fire from their throwing axes, but you got so many other tools that can punish the throwing axes too, that even if you need the Soul Grinder to do something else, you're usually safe from that. And like I said, it clears out infantry too. It's cool. Try it, guys. Build flexibility is great in Total Warhammer 3, especially in domination mode. I think we're just going to chill and wait for the top 4, because it's really close. I don't want to miss out on it. I mean, it's literally 3 games left. It's going to take us time to get through it, and I'm gonna forget to back out, and I'd rather just focus on one thing at a time. Trying to be a little bit more discerning about my time management. Let me go let folks know that I'm going to live cast the semis. I just want to see who the semis matches are before deciding which one of them I'm going to do first. Oh, well, never mind. We're doing a round 5. Well, fuck it. We're going to get into a match then. Wood Elves versus Chowie is going to be the go-to then, since we had somebody asking about it. Wherever it is. I don't think I have it in here right now. Delete all those. It's Chaos Dwarves, Norska, Greenskins, Chaos Dwarves. What the hell's going on here? Where the frick is it? It's Chaos Dowie Cathay. Oh, here it is. I found it, Potato. Let me get it in here. We'll go over it. This is actually a tricky matchup for both sides here. Chaos Dowie into Wood Elves, you might think would be very Chaos Dwarf favored because of the fire damage that they can bring. But the Wood Elves shooting, specifically Waywatchers, is so good in this matchup. I think Waywatchers being well microed and used to punish the big demon engines is enough that it makes the matchup fairly even, all things considered. And Wood Elves also, like, dominate in the mobility game. Just basic Glade Riders are really all you need to, pummel the Chaos Dowie, like, Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders. You don't have to have, like, maxed out Wild Riders. This is, like, immediately the big issue that I'm seeing. Is I think there's actually too many Wild Riders. Normally you want a ton. I wouldn't go for it here. I don't hate the Dryads. I do think Wildwood Rangers are a little better here. Let's get into it. Let's see what happens. Astrogoth is really scary. So you got 3 Way Watchers here. Your opponent brought Magma Cannon, so there is artillery that can punish the Way Watchers a little bit, but Way Watchers are pretty spread out. So it'll take time for the Magma Cannons to wear them down. Provided, of course, the Magma Cannons don't just get, like, the squarest hit of all time against these guys. That would ruin their day. Move while hidden in any terrain. Fire. Okay, that's great. Forgot that Hawkish Precision got a buff. It's pretty nice. Magma Cannon's trying to hit the Glade Lord. Not really worth it. Glade Lord should be able to poke Astrogoth. Not do a ton of damage to him, but take about 100 HP off of him with each shot is not bad at all. That's a decent Arrow of Kurnus, but I actually think the Magma Cannon is more important to hit. The reason I say that, Arrow of Kurnus would take about 600 HP off of these things. Yeah, because it does 150 explosive damage. Oh, no, it would do even more. It would take about 700 HP off of Magma Cannon. Oh, buddy. Yeah, 3 Arrows of Kurnus should basically put a Magma Cannon in position to where it'll rout if it gets hit by anything. That's going to be pretty brutal if you can manage to pull it off and punish by just focusing on the Magma Cannon and shutting those down. Then your Way Watchers can just, you know, like melt Astrogoth with good nets, kind of like what's happening here. You can pummel the Infernal Iron Sworn and Iron Guard. Any Blazing Beards that are out in the field, you can kind of like worm around the flanks on them to hit them. Really nice Magma Cannon shot. Not the most damage in the world, but decent, all things considered. Vortex doing a nice little chunk of extra damage. Wood Elves pulling back, a little outnumbered right now. You probably want to spread these guys out a little bit. I don't know. Well, let's wait. Let's wait before we start giving too much advice here. Definitely want the Dryads back a little bit. Need something in the back here. These Magma Cannons are going to shut you down. You do want to wear out the Blazing Beards. I think it's a little early in the game to be trying to do that right now. You're firing onto the front of them. Their Silver Shields ate a lot of that missile fire there. And engaging with the Dryads a little too early. You're pulling them back now, but the damage they took from those blasting charges, it's really gross. They might not be able to make it back into the trees before they go down here. Some good shooting. Another Arrow of Kurnus onto the Infernal Guard. Just still not quite as effective as I would like to see out of that arrow. Again, the Magma Cannon, also a viable target. You could have been shooting down the Infernal Guard over here. Like, your opponent has nothing on this side to buffer out your Way Watchers, so you can send the Way Watcher Corps and the Swift Shiver Shards around. What you do is you concentrate fire with one volley onto the Infernal Guard here. You'll basically one-shot this unit with 3 Way Watchers. You pull back, go back into stealth, move forward, do the same thing to the Infernal Guard Fireglaves, pull back, go back into stealth, move forward, and do the same thing to the Magma Cannon. It's going to put a lot of pressure on your opponent. This is a bunch of very expensive units. Infernal Guard, 1,000 gold. Infernal Guard Fireglaves, 1,200 gold. Magma Cannon, 1,050. 3,000 plus gold that you could be killing over here with your 1,100 gold infantry pieces. Instead, you're shooting something that's 600 gold, 600 gold, 900 gold, but has silver shield, very hard to break through. You're doing a pretty good job of wearing it all out. Your value is really good. I think you could do just a little bit better with a little bit different priority. You're in a good spot, though. I would say that you're definitely in a winning position right now. As long as you can eventually kill these magma cannons, because you just don't want to leave them around all game. They're really hammering your dryads currently. And the Wildwood Rangers are great, but with the Infernal Guard on their flank starting to poke away at them, this fight against the Infernal Guard is going to start turning against you pretty quickly. Ooh, those Wild Riders, man. Big damage. Getting locked down by the Magma Cannon. Khadai Fireborn up. Again, another great unit for your Way Watchers to be hammering right now. You do have the Hashed's Dark Ravagers over here. Could be shooting them since they're on this side of the field now. Alright, so this might end up being a pick-a-lane kind of game here. You've got a little, you got some over here, you got some over here. You're value trading well. But your missiles haven't been putting in enough work. You've been very good about preserving them, but you're not using them aggressively when they have support over here right now. And your opponent's going to out-trade you on this side of the field. These Wild Riders getting pummeled right now. Now you got Glade Riders face-checking Infernal Guard. Not a great call. Not a winning fight there. Finally get your Way Watchers in position, but it's a little too late. It's at the point at which the Infernal Guard have cleared out the Wildwoods, firing directly into a fight where you're doing friendly fire damage. Way Watchers are much better when they can fire just totally unimpeded, and you've also got these guys maybe a little too bunched up here. Like, Way Watchers are pretty good at not obstructing each other because they're a pretty loosely packed unit to begin with.
One of your units has been destroyed.
But it does matter. Like, full weight of fire from a Way Watcher is better than, like, most of 2 units firing, in my opinion. Just because the volleys will be way more accurate. Should be able to kill these Khadai Fireborn as they're netted down here. Come on, just like one good solid volley from all these Way Watchers will finish this unit off. Then maybe you can finish off the Infernal Guard. Magma Cannons just still firing away. They got 9 volleys left too, and the Wild Riders have been very ineffective so far, man. They just aren't the tool to use. Astrogoth gets hit by the Arrow of Kurnus. Not a lot of damage on him. Quick foot characters tend to be the kind of units that can avoid some of the damage from Arrow of Kurnus. And he's doing a pretty good job of avoiding a lot of the bowfire too. Just needs to get out of there. Hide somewhere on the map and stay safe. Spellsinger has not gotten any good value, man. It's been very lackluster so far. Just not a lot of targets to use Melkoths on, truth be told. Like, you can't really hit the Ravagers with it. It's okay against infantry, but not incredible still. Granite Guard pushing in. The Dark Ravagers, they haven't traded very well. They've got 900 value. They cost 1,900 if I'm not mistaken. It's a pretty big down trade, but at least they got something out of the deal, and the The units on the other side for the warriors, or the Chaos Dowie, have been effective enough that they've been able to keep themselves on the field. They're doing a great job now of punishing the Way Watchers. Deepwood Scout running one of the other Way Watchers down to 23 models. Good value on them. Again, though, not prioritizing the Magna Cannon. Like, imagine if that Magna Cannon had gotten hit by the arrows of Kurnus, and then you get this charge off. You're killing the Magna Cannon now. It's got a ton of ammo left. Your opponent won't be able to unsummon it and get any supplies back in the bank. Then maybe you can use your mobility to win these other engagements.
One of your units has been destroyed.
It's just something to think about. I think it would have. I think it would just have helped tremendously in the long term. The Dark Ravagers going down, only 3 models left. They've held for ages, man, and despite the down trade, have gotten some pretty good blobs out of the Wildwood, or not out of the Wildwood Rangers, out of the Wild Riders, and the Magma Cannon just got one of the filthiest shots on a blob cavalry I've ever seen. 1,500 value on this Magma Cannon. Glade Riders get deleted by the blunderbusses here. Lost Sylvan Knights are going to get wrecked by the Magma. Oh wait, no, they don't have the Hellbound. So no magic damage on them, thank goodness, because the magic damage of Magma Cannons getting a shot off on the Lost Sylvan Knights would probably have their HP with 1 round. If it hit square into the middle of the unit and it locked down like 8 models, it would probably kill several riders. These guys have a lot of HP, all things considered, for a monstrous cavalry unit and an ethereal. But with 32 models, if their Physres is being worked around, they're very, very weak. Good jump on the blunderbusses, killing them real fast, man. Record time kill on those guys. Again, though, Chaos Dowie just holding it down. And you got the sneaky gets up into the Deepwood Scouts here. Oh, actually in the Way Watchers, even worse. They got their value back, ain't bad. On the other side, these guys got massacred. Didn't get anywhere near their value back. Flamestorm coming down. Good micro away from there, from Potato Devil. Still got the value lead, man. Do have the Kadai Fireborn coming in. Just can't take these objectives. It's been so rough so far. Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders taking down some of the Glade Riders, doing a pretty good job of hounding them down, but the Lost Sylvan Knights should be able to get a tear route here pretty quickly. Get right up onto the flank of all these Hobgoblins. Hobgoblins turn around and get a little damage on these guys, though. Do have the Goblin Laborers to buffer for the Kadai, which should make a big difference for the cost efficiency of the Kadai into a unit that they don't have any, like, bound bonuses against in terms of their bonus versus infantry. They do have the magic attacks, though, which makes a big difference. Drad's moving in. Drad's going to just melt under the weight of attacks from the Kadai Firebomb. Oh my god, yes. Come on. Do something. Come on, Kadai. Ooh, a good Flamestorm here. Really good spot for a Flamestorm. Honestly, maybe a little bit better if it were, like, right on top of your Kadai Fireborn. Because, you know, the infantry is kind of, like, spread out through this unit. It's decent value from old Astrogoth, though. And the Infernal Ironsworn, going to be a wicked strong unit here. They wreck the Lost Sylvan Knights, man. Save the Blasting Charges. Use the Blasting Charges to kill the Wild Riders, if you can. And just finish off the Lost Sylvan Knights in melee combat. Brace these guys right now. They have expert charge defense. Nice volley. Blasting Charges get a little value. And I think because they were stopped, even though they were shooting, technically that gave them the charge defense. They are able to get a little damage on the Sylvan Knights on the way in. Goblin laborers chilling. A lot of supplies in reserve for extra loot. Unsummoned the magma cannons. What do you need here? Blazing Beards of Basharik. Oh, Dark Ravagers, actually. Okay, sure. Fine. Stop these guys from running, turn them around, and get their magic attacks in now. And make sure that Astrogoth doesn't die. You better pray he doesn't go down here, because that will be a disaster. Throw in their axes. These guys are like a hybrid unit. They do technically have these, they throw these giant-ass things, which is absolutely insane. These axes probably weigh like 50 pounds. Hurling them, what, 80 meters is pretty crazy. That's terrifying. It's like somebody throwing those giant circular saw blades at you. Like if you've played Dead Rising, you can like pick up the circular saw blades and like throw them through units. It's kind of what that. It's kind of the vibes here with these giant throwing axes these guys have. Pretty well done. You got the win here. There were definitely a few things with targeting priority that you could probably be a little bit more focused on to make the game easier for you. And honestly, the only thing about your army that I don't like is how many Wild Riders you're bringing. You don't need as many against the Chaos Dowie as you do against other factions, because your baseline Glade Riders already win against the Wolf Raiders if you bring them in numbers. You got good value on some of the Wild Riders, like this one paid for themselves. The others downtraded, though. Sylvan Knights were good in the late game. Just, you know, focused it in a little more. Blade Singers, I don't think I would ever bring a Blade Singer against the Chaos Dowie. They get shredded by the artillery. They lose to Iron Demons. They can cut through Chaos Dowie Warriors, but there's going to be Overwatch fire almost assuredly from something. They're too lightly armored, in my opinion. And then there's, not to mention, like, Burning Head and Flamestorm that can shred them, too. I think they're a little too vulnerable. Are there 4 games or 5? There's 5. We're in the 5th round now. Let me check the bracket. Oh, we got plenty of time. Nobody's done with their round 5 yet. What message? Oh, stuff from yesterday. Okay. Damn, the Conquest tournament's already over. That's crazy, man. Guess it makes sense. I mean, you can run like 4 rounds and be done like an hour, I imagine. Conquest games just go way quicker. Domination mode games tend to take a little more time, obviously, because there's, you know, more time built into the game itself, but also, because army building is a little more varied, I think it just takes people longer to make their armies. So the rounds tend to go a little bit longer as a result, naturally. Did I download all those replays? No. Give me a sec. I'm going to get some more replays here. I know we got a shit ton. I just want to make sure that I'm downloading them before I get just like totally lost in the sauce. Ooh, we got a mirror match between the Ogre Kingdoms. Absolutely sick. I kind of want to watch that. The creases. Oh no, not the Greases build. Holy crap. That's bold, man. Greases is pretty terrible. I'm very afeared that Empire's build is going to get immediately schwacked by Lead Belchers and the Iron Blaster. I mean, Beaver brought like a straight up meta Ogre Kingdoms build.
Let's show 'em what you do for a living.
Empire is being very, very wacky here with the inclusion of Greases for one. Although Hunter on the Stonehorn isn't a bad choice. These guys are damn good at clearing out mass numbers of garbage because they their collision damage is gross. And they'll drop terror routes pretty much immediately if they get enough damage in on these guys. And he could bully his way into the backline and use the Harpoon and the good weapon strength to chip down the Lead Belchers as well as the Iron Blasters. So we'll see about it. Gonna have heal support with Troll Guts. There's also Tooth Cracker. Doesn't have any items or abilities. Nobbler's moving up. More Nobblers moving up here. Greasus is gonna go chill in the middle. I mean, in terms of a map where Greasus can actually accomplish something, at least on this map, there's a central point, and it's fairly narrow, so the AoEs he has will at least be hitting something, right? I mean, that's gotta count for a little bit. Iron Blasters firing at Pigback Riders, not really worth it, doesn't do very good damage to infantry. There was a time where the Iron Blaster countered everything, but that day is long past. It's good against single entities and cavalry. That's really about it. If you get really close to infantry and get side shots on them, then you can kill models, but otherwise you're wasting your time. I mean, Pigbacks and Nobblars in general are really there just as like a roadblock and a distraction, and using your 1,750 gold artillery piece, or is it 1,750? No, Iron Blasters are 1,600 gold. Using the Iron Blaster to shoot these 400 gold units, not really a great use of your time. The Mournfang Cav, though, are the perfect target. Is targeting them now. Lead Belchers opening up, good damage. Ooh, and the Flingers melting the poor little Nobblars of Empire here. Yeah, buddy. Good stuff. Pigback Knights getting into melee combat. Mournfang Cavalry moving around the flank. Iron Blaster looking to get into position to maybe shoot them as they're trying to move around the edge. Maneater great weapons, looking to box out the Hunter. I'd keep them more tucked in, though, because you've only got one anti-large melee unit on the field right now. Having them here, so that if the Mournfangs and the Hunter are moving in, at the very least, you can probably peel one of them very aggressively. If you're chasing the Hunter on this side of the field, right, the Hunter is faster than the Maneaters are. This Hunter is going to get some great charges through all of these Nobblars, while the Mournfangs just get a clean engage on the other side. This is a disaster, potentially. The Mournfangs could kill these Lead Belchers in just a handful of seconds. That's a big, expensive centerpiece for you going down, and then the Iron Blaster's also kind of trapped up in here. It's like stuck up on the Mournfang Cavalry trying to escape right now. Very annoying. Lead Belcher shut down. Hunter on the other Lead Belcher too now. And the Maneaters, yeah, just a little out of position because they were a little too aggressive moving forward. Now's the time to rally them back. Get your Ogre Bull Iron Fists into position as well to go after Some of these units. Oh wait, these are Empire's Ogre Bulls. Wow, they're gonna keep the Man-Eaters out of this fight even longer. We've got the Saber-Tusk Pack dead. Mournfang's here, getting shot up a little bit by the Lead Belchers now. They did take 6 models out, a lot of HP damage. They're going after the Iron Blaster a little bit now. Heal would be real nice on them right about this stage. Stonehorn Hunter needs to get out of here. Hobbler Trappers have just been getting shot by the Flingers. They very much could move in to hit these guys right now, and definitely need to do that. Butcher moving up, Grease is chilling. The whopping 43 value from Greases. Incredible stuff. Imagine if you had literally anybody else. Pigback Riders in the fight of their life right now. Going after the Mournfangs and helping out the Man-Eater. Great weapons. Great fight for the Man-Eaters here. Man-Eater great weapons are really gnarly. They do amazing work. They're one of the best, like, pure combat units that the Ogre Kingdoms have. They are very, very strong in the stats department with great bonuses. And as long as they're not getting hit on their low armor values, in melee combat, they're just going to outgrind pretty much everything. Might be a little harder to do with Greases in here now, though. Greases will be providing his buffs and debuffs. Has Scepter of the Titans as well, so he can get some extra damage off. Beautiful rampage here. But no follow-up. All of the units for Greases' army running at the worst possible moment. Wow, and Massacre was down on these guys at the same time. Brutal. Oh, no. Mournfang's going to be getting in here, but the debuff is going to be wearing off at about that time. Cash Cascade's got plenty of work to do, though. Looks like the Iron Blaster's going to go down at the very least. Only got 400 value. Really not that good. More Man-Eater great weapons out on the field. Empire falling behind really bad now. Looks like the Hunter got one troll. Oh, it has Troll Guts on him currently. I mean, it lasts ages. I mean, my god, dude. Upgraded Troll Guts last, what, 70 seconds? Something ridiculous like that. Oh, I'm clicking on the wrong lord. So yeah, 35 at base, 70 seconds is absolutely nuts, dude. Oh my goodness. Basically, heal caps the Hunter with one use. Ogre Pistols in here, and Greases versus Golg. Actually not going amazingly for Golg right now because of the Mournfangs that are in here. Holding the line with the Over Tyrant. Golg actually is going to rout here. Uh-oh. He does have Bugmans, though, so if he escapes, maybe it'll be alright. And there are 2 very healthy Man-Eater great weapons getting into this fight now. And now it's Greases' turn to get punished, and Greases has no such heal. I've got to put some respect on Empire's name for being gutsy enough to bring Greases, but man, does Greases suck. It just doesn't impact the battlefield very well. The big hammers pounding away on their pistol mob brethren. God, I love the wind-up. I mean, they're really putting their shoulders into it, dude. And that's a really cool follow-up. Just like the overhead and then a spin move. He doesn't like a good spin to win. Yeah, pistols get ripped to pieces. Again, a respectable fighter, but really their pistols are where they get the great value. Fighting in melee combat, they just want to be attacking chaff, not fighting their much more well-suited anti-large brethren here. Ogre Bulls and Iron Fists up, and just not going to be able to hold on to the points. The number 3 is flipping here. Number 1 is flipping here for Beaver. Lead Belchers with 1400 value here. One of the other Lead Belchers did go down. I imagine they probably got close to paying for themselves. The Nobbler Flingers have been pretty annoying, too. They've gotten some okay value. Nothing crazy, but anytime you get a respectable performance out of the Nobbler Flingers, that's a pretty good day for the Ogres. And now you've also lost your Butcher with the Great Maw Magic. Hunter is on his last legs here. Ouch. And what the hell is this? Oh, Dismember. Okay. Dismember going down, trying to allow Gold to close the gap here. I mean, you could probably just use Deadeye. Wait. Oh, it's... Yeah, you do have to use it on a single entity. Use frickin' Deadeye here. Is it on cooldown or something? It's gotta be. Does great damage, even to something like a Stonehorn that's got like really good armor and some missile resistance. With 1,000 range damage, 60% AP, it's still gonna do about what, 500 damage, give or take. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's about right, because I think missile resistance is applied first. Oh wait, no, it applies on the base amount of damage, not the current amount, so it doesn't matter the order of operations. It's always going to be a reduced amount, so it probably does close to 450, if I had to guess. Just spitballing based off the numbers. If anybody is much more like firm like knowledge of the amount of damage it does, I'd love to know. But sometimes just memorizing the damage values is pretty difficult. Like, there are definitely things that are worth memorizing. Finally got the Deadeye shot there, I'm pretty sure. Also get a Bugman's on Golg, and he's at full health, happy as a clam, ready to hang out in the number 1. Anyways, raw dog in the numbers sometimes, you just have to do it, because memorizing every single interaction is so difficult. Can't memorize it all perfectly. Sometimes you just need to be able to take a glance at an ability and do some mental math real quick to get like at least a solid guesstimate of what something is going to do to you if your opponent's using it. Man-eaters could get up in there, especially if you've got those blood vultures swarming onto the back of this fight. You could definitely overwhelm this last position of Empires and close it out here. Hunter with great value, man. Great value. 2,300, got healing capped by Meat Feast. It's just been a problem of everything else not really holding up their end of the bargain. You just spend so much money on such a bad unit in Greasus that you haven't been able to make it up elsewhere. Uranans? Yeah, Uranans comes down, does a little damage to the Mournfangs. Don't hate it. It's pretty respectable, honestly. The hell is he? Oh, hiding in the trees over here. About 1,000 value on the Butcher. Got some cleanup going down back here. Is Beaver going to be able to hold here, though? Let's have the triple cap. Let's have the advantage in numbers. Yeah, I think Beaver's going to be fine. Getting his supplies back in the bank. Leadbelcher moving up. Save up for a great weapon. And you'll probably be fine. I got 2 Leadbelchers out now. I didn't notice this one sneaking up over here. Helps push back the Mournfang Cavalry. Mournfang's not doing super well the second time around. Much better the first go. Here, a little unequal to the task that's being presented to them. Golg's got 2,300 himself. Maybe not quite outpacing the Hunter, but he's got more HP to work with. He would probably end up with about the same amount of value. Just damn good. Golg is such a great combat character. Like, good enough stats to be a nice all-rounder. And then fighting against infantry, he just cleaves through them so well because of the bonus. Great shots from the Ogre Man-Eater pistols here. One Man-Eater great weapon with 2 models, no less. Managed to make contact with the Ogre Pistols here. Golg is in now. He'll probably get worn out by these guys. They've got good melee attack, all things considered. They're like a proper hybrid unit. I kind of like the increase in the number of hybrid gun units. I think that the jack-of-all-trades nature of them is honestly very well done. There is a way to poorly balance units like this, and there was a point where the Ogre Man-Eater pistols were overpowered. They got reined in, though. They lost a bunch of weapon strength, if I'm not mistaken, was the big balance to them. And now just with, like, solid melee attack, melee defense, good missile strength, like, good reload time, decent range, they just do steady, consistent damage without, you know, overpowering anything. Look at the damage from Comet, and Uranus coming down too to hit these guys. Uranus didn't do much. Comet was more effective. Still not great, though. I don't know. The caster probably ending up with about 1,000 value, 1,100 there. More pistols. Ogre Bulls coming in, but it's just way too late. I mean, you don't have the time to value trade anyways for Empire. Look at the Pigback Riders getting right up in there, man. Pushing back the Pistoliers. Yeah, both Lead Belchers, good value. Golg, great. Butchers, acceptable. Pigbacks, acceptable. Noblars, crappy as always, but what are you expecting? I mean, a couple of them got close to paying for themselves. It's not like that really matters all that much. The Flingers were solid. They did some pretty decent work. And the Man-Eater, great weapons, all got their value back, and a little more. 16, 15, 19. These guys are 1,400 gold each, I'm pretty sure. Let's go to the Ogre Kingdoms. What's up, Chunguses? How's it going, guys? Yeah, they're 1,400 gold each. So, with the values they had, all three, 4,500 all in on the three of them. I think they got... $5,500 thereabouts in terms of value on their cost, which is pretty respectable uptrades. With how efficient other Ogre Kingdoms units are, them getting a slight uptrade is pretty incredible. Alright, some round 5 replays on the way into the folder. It's fun. I love the I love the Guts Empire. It's just the problem of, oh my god, it's just the problem of Greasus being so bad. He just doesn't affect the battlefield enough. About ROR Great Stagnite, only effective unit I know. The Lost Sylvan Knights can fall apart pretty quickly, but you did a really good job in the games that I saw you bring them in, Potato. As long as you're careful with them, they can definitely do really well. Lizards versus Ogres, if you get the chance. Both brought goofy builds. Hell yes, brother. And you and Legatus, Printare. Is that who you are in Steam as well? Okay, let's check out all of the Norska games we've got then. See if we can find that one. Let me know who you are in game, Printare, because, you know, people have different names between things all the time. Duplicate. Also duplicate. I don't know, we'll see. Where's the bracket at? Oh, we got one game left. Damn. Oh, y'all just played it. Wait, did you just finish? Because, post the replay and then report the score. I think y'all are the last game, period. And then we'll be in the final stage. What are the standings right now? Hey, Exul doing real well, 4-0. Let's go. Wait, did they drop? Why are they only 4-0? Did they lose to somebody, or they get a buy round somewhere? Sure does say they won all the games. Why are they not 5-0 then? Is it only going to count it? No, because other people have all of their games repped here. So confusing. There we go. Legatus dropped it, so... As soon as we're done with the semis and finals, I am going to make a note to show off your game versus Legatus, bro. Oh, Scope, that's your name, okay. Good business. Also threw a harpoon at Gold when he was routing and Hunter missed. Dude, there are lots of moments in games where stuff like that happens, and it makes all the difference for outcomes. You might have been able to win that game if Gold had died. Because a lot of units for your opponent would have been so low, they probably would have routed immediately and would have been on the back foot. And maybe you can get Golg away and keep him alive and have the leadership edge. Okay. No worries. Yeah, sorry for the confusion, Pantare. Alright, so we got the top 4 declared. Let me go actually jump them. Melkor dropped us a couple more replays too. Oh, Lamau. Thank you. I thought you were in the top 4, Lazuka. That's my bad. Okay. Who do we want to get in there? Let's get Potato. Oh, Potatoes and Melkor. Okay. Potatoes, you made it into the frickin' top 4, dude. That's super crazy. Hell yes. Good job. You don't really even need my advice. If you're winning with, Wood Elves like that, then you're doing great. You're probably going to want to eventually, like, learn to diversify your build styles than just the Way Watchers all the time, because people will figure that out. There are definitely ways to counter Way Watcher builds. It's really strong. More you can get your opponent guessing, though, the better of a chance you have at catching them off guard and really bullying them. I was gonna host, but they've already got a lobby, so we'll just join them. Make it a lot easier. Oh. Make sure I'm not giving it up. It's probably not even Potato's build. Maybe it is. Who knows? Oh. I don't think Melkor is watching, though. And people are usually pretty good about not, like, stream sniping or going for stuff like that. And there was a dark era during Warhammer 2 where Turin, you know, was having to deal with tons of people cheating, and it was really bad for a while, but it hasn't been an issue in ages, because they all got banned. And the community is very discerning and careful about watching out for people who may be, you know, a little bit less discerning about things. It also helps that there's like one big tournament at the end of season instead of lots of tournaments being like money tournaments, because that dissuades a lot of people, because most of the people who were cheating were just doing it for the money, which is just a little disappointing. It's just like, damn, come on, like, the love of the game, what happened to that? Isn't that the whole point of video games anyways? If everything is about money all the time, then what is even the point of anything? Stream sniping is the best, 100% recommend. Words of wisdom to live by. It is not the finals, it's the semi-finals killing. Finals are next, fear not. We're going to be getting into it. It's going to be a really good time. We've got some really, really good players today. You know, Melkor is looking for that new player tournament win. Steady improvements over time. Potato's coming in hot and heavy in their first tournament, as far as I know. And doing great with the Wood Elves, man. I mean, the character sniping has been really on point, and that's kind of been giving Melkor a lot of these wins. That's the scary thing about the Wood Elves, man. You know, they are a fairly flexible faction. So you can't over-presume that your opponent's going to be going for a super deep missile line with, like, Deep Wood Scouts and Way Watchers. If you gear up for a very balanced Wood Elf build, and they go with these super heavy character snipe builds, and they get your characters, it's going to be really hard to survive at that point, because you're not going to have the kind of facilitation that you need to be able to shut down these really, really dangerous missile pieces. And Way Watchers and Swift Shiver Shards have a ton of ammo. A lot of skirmish units, especially the 360 shooting units, don't have all that much ammo, and, you know, they even have more ammo than, like, baseline archers. Like, 24 volleys in the Way Watchers is kind of crazy, man. All they need is, like, 4 or 5. And depending on what they're shooting, they can get their value back. So having 24 volleys means that they don't just shoot heroes well, they're also decent against chaff. It's not like the best thing in the world to spend a bunch of time shooting swordsmen. Especially if your opponent does have the kind of speed and mobility to be able to hound you down eventually. But just to, like, thin numbers out, if your opponent does go for these, like, man-tied builds, it's not going to be the end of the world if you have to spend time shooting them. You do massively outrange the archers. That's another issue, right? Like, these short-range bow units, they're not bad against Wood Elves, but they're really bad when the Wood Elves have the range to punish them, because Waywatcher ammunition is very powerful. I mean, 30 damage on 60 models. Like, you know, handful of arrows hitting each guy is going to kill them pretty fast. Woo! That's a speech for the record books right there. To war. Good stuff. Glade Lord's moving up with Pravenoth Rama. We've got the Arrow of Kurnus. I have no idea what horrendous beast that was making that weird call. Sounded like a sound effect from Knights of the Old Republic when you're in like the like cave areas in that game. Like weird screeching in the distance all the time. It kind of sounded like that. Dryads up on the number 3. Waywatchers go into the middle. Dryad on the number 1 with the Glade Lord.
Have a victory point. Keep it from the foe.
Triple cap right out of the gate. And the Wood Elves, yeah, actually a smart thing to do, retreating back into the woods. You just need time to break down your opponent's missile line before you go in. Because if you do that, your Dryads are very good against chaff. Especially stuff like Empire State Troops. Because Empire State Troops have a hard time getting through the 60 armor and physical resistance of Dryads. And big weapon strength on Dryads with 35 melee attack, even against Spearmen who have respectable defensive stats. That's only going to take them so far, and Swordsmen do even worse than the Dryads in my experience. Swordsmen at least hit around the melee defense of Dryads, but they just don't have weapon strength to really follow up that kind of damage. It ends up being real lackluster and gets real ugly real quick. Ooh! Oh man, the tree blocked us a little bit from the impact, but good damage hitting the Swordsmen and the Archers here. Not tremendous, but definitely something better than shooting Boris or trying to hit the Bright Wizard. Bright Wizard is going to be a little too hard to hit on foot. Arrow of Kurnus is a little weird at the end. Sometimes it'll even out and like slam into the ground trying to shoot single entity foot characters. It's still fairly effective, but, you know, breaking down the Archers, like I said, is kind of one of the more key win conditions for the Wood Elves here. Yeah, the Empire could push out onto the number 1 here. They've got the numbers to be able to squeeze their formation over there a little bit. Holding in the woods with all these archers honestly isn't all that great, because they're going to be very obstructed in here. They're not going to be able to fire very accurately out of the woods into the Wild Riders or anything. Dryads looking for a good spot to sit. And we've got about a 500 gold value lead for Potatoes right off the bat here. Just continue to play patient. No need to overextend. Cav waiting in the wings on that side. Empire Knight's going to mirror them. A Burning Head attempt. Getting a little bit of damage, but really not all that effective. It does force the Swift Shiver Shards into the range of the Archers and the Huntsmen. They only get 1 volley off, though. Not nearly enough to make up for it, although that Burning Head did get some good damage at the end on the Eternal Guard and the Waywatchers there. Okay, no model kills, though, is a big problem. Because shooting units, that's all they care about, is whether they have max efficiency in terms of the numbers, more than the HP or anything like that. Even if you kill a bunch of models, if there's like 30 or 40 Swift Shiver Shards left, they still have all the ammo that 80 models have. They do eventually use all of the ammunition. It's like they, you know, pick up the quivers of their fallen allies, and they're still chipping away with that. Got a lot of cavalry up here. I actually do like this decision to rotate down, though, because you're not going to break through against all this healthy infantry up here. You don't need to fight in the forest either. Like, you do have woodsmen on your cav, which is really nice, but I actually think that what Potatoes should do here is continue to wear out the front line a little bit with the bowfire, because that's actually going fairly well. Yes, rotate down, and then full court press onto the number 2 objective. So your opponents respected you so much on the number 1, your opponent's cavalry are going to rotate, and they'll be quick, but they've got a load of infantry on the high ground here that it is going to take them ages to reposition down onto the low ground area. And you can see it's starting to get a little scary for the Empire down here. They've lost an entire section of their front line. Like, there's just a million dead spears and swords down here. Another section is very weak. Like, you get through these last two swordsmen, and a Dryad can finish off here. Beautiful Burning Head on the Way Watchers. Actually killing some models there. Few here. Value lead for Melkor. Way Watchers with lots of ammo. Very careful with Boris. The Bright Wizard's also fairly healthy. Volley missing. Trying to hit Boris, but he lands in, causing the Swiftshiver Shards to fire all the way over his head. Knights of the Blazing Sun boxing out the Glade Riders here. Oh no. Uh-oh. Wood Elves getting full court press from the Empire here. Actually doing a pretty good job of overloading the flank in their own right. They've done a very good job pushing down this hill with the infantry corps. Definitely going to occupy the Wild Riders for a while here. One Wild Rider gets a beautiful charge off the Spearmen. Very, very caught up, though. Push them through here and try and break some of these infantry units and get up into the back line, maybe, is your best play here. Knights of the Blazing Sun are just everywhere. There's so many Empire Knights now, too. This is looking a little scary, but Boris got hit by a big volley here, obviously. Massive damage. Another Burning Head coming down, though. Oh, but a bad rotation on it. Not doing anything. And Boris does break, in fact. Loss of leadership on the Lord here for the Empire. Good damage on the Eternal Guard from Burning Head. Roasting down some Spearmen. Nothing too terrible, though. That's acceptable friendly fire damage. Dryads getting absolutely massacred in the back line as they get pincushioned by the concave fire from all of the archers. Boris is alive, not dead, rallies. You can get behind the pillar and just rotate out.
The enemy has captured one of your victory
and that would be big for the Empire, because he's got a lot of room on the heel cap. Arrows hitting the walls. Wild Rider's just not able to disengage clean. And they get a good charge off here. Here's the problem, though. Empire Knights are literally on the rear of them. And they're going to fold up the lightly armored cavalry here. Might even be able to hold them in place, even if they do break for the spears. Oh, and even more Empire Knights coming up, looking to get on the back of these units. Gonna be a big loss, and look at the numbers, man, for the Empire. Just too many men. Send more men, please. I need dudes. Sylvan Knights getting up onto the flank of the heavy cav blob. Good damage, but are they going to be able to carry? I think the terror would have been better earlier. There's no terror other than the Sylvan Knights in this Wood Elf army. With the fact that you were committing to a ranged duel early, taking the time to build up the Lost Sylvan Knights to potentially terror out an area of the battlefield might have gotten the Wood Elves into a winning position. As it stands right now, I think their numbers are a little too thin, and their Way Watchers and Deepwood Scouts are just pushed literally all the way off the field at this point. They lost their caster as well somewhere. Where the hell is that caster? Might have gotten killed just now. It's fairly low HP. Oh no, here it is. Spellsinger running away. Only 400 value. The Melkoth's not making a big enough difference. I think Flock of Doom is just better against the Empire, truth be told. Because Empire blobbing up like they were, they blobbed up in several areas. Flock of Doom on blobs is way better than Melkoth's could ever hope to be. You do have to have your opponent blob for that to be the case, but for big factions, or I would say factions that bring big numbers of units, there's going to be plenty of opportunities where you're going to get guaranteed massive value with Flock of Doom. Like, hitting these archers right here with an overcast right now would probably net you about 250 gold, which is pretty disgusting for how cheap Flock of Doom is. Probably even more now I'm thinking about it. It could even be closer to like 400 or 500, because it truly is a staggering number in here. Oh, to have Malagor as the Wood Elves, honestly. The weakness of the Wood Elf archers is that they're pretty squishy. The Glade Lord gets stuck in by the knights here. Just a complete surround, very hopeless looking situation for the Lord of the Wood Elves here. The Glade Lord is strong. They've got good stats, like on the stags. But their mass is pretty abysmal at 1800. It's better than, like, foot-size characters, obviously. But the second they get caught by anything with mass, man. You got Boris flying down in here. He's putting some moves on the Glade Lord now. Probably needs to get back up in the air and recharge the charge bonus. Or refresh it, I guess. Because his sustain stats are pretty low. He doesn't have very good melee attack or melee defense. He's a shot character through and through. Charge bonus of 70 with good weapon strength. That's really what he relies on. Melkor with a really great man-side there. It's very hard to deal with builds like this. If your opponent knows what they're doing and they're patient, you know, the Swift Shiver shards and everything got good value, but you just saw the Dryads get folded up before they could make any kind of effect on the front line. Had some Eternal Guard in reserve, War Dancers, lots of Glade Riders, good number of Wild Riders. The Lost Sylvan Knights are good. This is a matchup where the Wild Hunters of Kurnus tend to be kind of bad, in my experience, because there's so much shooting that the Empire has that their silver shields are only going to work so much. You also got to clear numbers out, so you probably just want to go with something a little bit better and more consistent. I would probably get rid of the Wild Hunters of Kurnus. And what else? What could you bring? For 1450, you could probably just get 3 Eternal Guard shields and throw them up on the field. Cut the 2 Eternal Guard here in reserve without the shields, as well as this Azrai Spear. And that should be enough to get 2 regular War Dancers with the clubs. And then I think you'd be alright. You just have to clear out the numbers of the Empire, and that's hard, man. It's really hard. You need a lot of anti-infantry stuff to do that. This Bright Wizard only got 2600 value. Don't worry about it. That's what, 600 gold caster, getting quadruple its value back. Ew, disgusting, gross. I love it. I'd be seething about that a little bit if that happened to me, man. Oh, magic. How much is he with Burning Head? Wow, whopping 500 gold. So, he pentupled the value, actually. Beautiful play on the Empire there. Yeah, Wood Elves do have AP Cavalry. They've got Glade. They've got the, what are they? No, not Glade Riders. Stag Riders. I should just go to, lobby here. Great Stag Knights, just the regular variant, can also be really good there. I do like the Lost Sylvan Knights against the Empire, because they don't have a lot of stuff to kill ethereal units with, so you can leave one in reserve. Great Stag Knights are also cheaper than the Wild Hunters. I forgot the Wild Hunters are 1550, man. Not 1450. I don't know why I always get them mixed up. Although I swear these guys were cheaper. Did they get a cost increase that wasn't in the patch notes or something? So bizarre. Another thing to look into... Oh, I forgot the other Trickster Shard is a better item now. Holy crap, dude. Look at the debuffs. That's wicked, man. Yo. Okay, hold on for a second here. Is Branch Wraith with Earthblood and Melk... Is that going to be even better now? It's not like these guys are super expensive. Could bring a Glade Lord. Or he could be an absolute troll and bring Drycha. And you have triple Melkoths. That would be hilarious. The Rouse to Wrath summon. The summons are pretty good. You can get some good value out of it. Alright, let's cut Earthblood and see what we can fit in here. And keep the Eternal Guard back. Upvet them just for the memes. A couple War Dancers. Wraiths of the Frozen Heart ain't a bad call. Get the Stag Knights instead of the Wild Riders here, probably. And then just get a bunch of Glade Riders, perhaps. Got 1,025 gold. God, that's such an awkward amount. Whatever. A couple of regular Glade Guard for the late game. Do like an infantry push, and basically what you do is you like turtle up and use the Branch Wraiths to Melkoths down cavalry. Anything you don't kill with Melkoths, you throw the Stag Knights in. You support that formation with the Glade Rider spears, and you just try and break the Empire by just leeching down all of their cav and skirmishing really well in the early game to clear out infantry, maybe. It's kind of hard to say, though. This is going to be a tough matchup. Any faction that has Burning Head has an edge on the Wood Elves. Wood Elves are pretty bad against stuff like that. Great Stag for 14. Yeah. I would go with them instead. They'll kill the Heavy Knights much better at the very least. Maybe you go with a heal caster. Maybe you go with a Spellweaver with life magic. And you don't try and character snipe. Let's go ahead and make a lobby for finals. I'll invite Melkor. Sweet. Ponce says he's got a really good game 4. Oh, and the finalists are ready. Okay, well, damn. Let me go invite them then. Who are they? Oh, Melkor and Exul. That was literally 3 minutes ago, so we're good. These guys are going to join my lobby. What's the finals map? It's like Creeping Swamp. No, Creeping Swamp is what we just saw. Decrepit Moor. So we get 2 creepy maps at the end here. Okay. Oh, do they already have a lobby? Oh, well, fine. Alright, I'll come join. I thought they were gonna leave. Whoopsies. Eggs on my face. Alright, we're away from everything. Dark Elves versus Empire. Okay. This matchup goes pretty hard. It's pretty balanced for both sides. Empire has pretty good tools for killing the Dark Elves' skirmish tools. Dark Elves have a lot of really good tools for killing heavy knights, though. And it comes down to a little bit of a rock, paper, scissors. Generally speaking, the Empire wins if their shooting is able to stay online and they can just out-trade the Dark Elves at range. Dark Elves win if they're able to close the gap and they kill the missile troops for the Empire, because their infantry may be a little more expensive, but they tend to be slightly more cost-effective than state troopers. So they tend to outlast the Empire a little bit more in the front line. And then there's the magic factor, where both sides have excellent magic options that play really well against one another, and it's going to come down to the kind of army compositions that's going to determine, like, whether the early fights are going to be more aggressive or there's going to be more build-up on both sides. Great stags are just too bad, though. Against all the focus fire, that is true. I don't know, man. It's been a while since I really played a ton of Wood Elves. I brought great stags a fair number of times and had good success with them against the Empire, though. They are better with heals, though. Without heals, they're a little bit worse. Let's, see. Who's winning this on Total Tavern right now? There it is. It's pretty even. That tracks. They're both down here, lower into the win rates, but look how evenly balanced this game is. Cathay is like the only faction that I would argue is just actually kind of bad. It just sucks. Like, CA needs to fix their core mechanic of harmony. Till that happens, I don't think they're ever going to get out of that pit. But, you know, like, the second lowest being at 44%, and the upper win rate only being 63 really is a good state to be in. Oh my god, Ogre Kings was 79% at one point. Here's Slanesh with 85%. No frickin' problem there. High Elves with a whopping 28%. You can see that there have been various points in which the balance has been just completely borked, dude. I mean, god damn. The meta being this even right now is awesome. And you can see over time it's gotten closer and closer. There's been a steady progression in terms of the faction's strengths overall. Like, there's been times where there's been factions just dwelling in the pits, and then you get to the last few patches, and it's been almost everything closer up to 40%. Now, I just gotta say, with how many factions there are in the game, if it's that close, that's pretty impressive. Alright, Exel's ready, Melkor's ready. I'll swap us back over now. Yeah, that's about what I was expecting for the Dark Elves. They've got the Medusa, they've got a couple Scourge Runners, they got a bunch of basic dudes. Malice I did not expect, though. I don't know if Malice is going to be very good against the Empire. The problem with Malice is that he is very mediocre in terms of dealing damage when he's not in demon form, but you don't want to pop demon form too early. Because he will healing cap in demon form, and then the damage that he takes perpetually will just have him die randomly before the game is even close to being over if you pop it at the beginning. There's like a very delicate balancing act that you have to commit to when you're using this guy. And another bad thing that can happen with Malice is he gets stuck in like an infantry unit for like 5 minutes, and he doesn't get any value as a result. Another thing he needs to be careful of is the engineer. Engineers are gross right now, dude. If you want to play with one of the most broken characters in the game, just bring these dudes on horseback. They shred everything right now. They kill single entities, they kill multi-model entities, they wreck monstrous units, they butcher infantry. Mercurial Shot is gross if you fire it off the flank into anything. I don't know what the hell's going on with them right now. They're like a sleeper unit that I'm considering limiting. Because if you can just bring, like, double engineer with a caster, you can do some really heinous stuff to your opponent. They're pretty squishy and they're high micro, so I guess that's, like, the thing that keeps them from becoming super over-represented in the meta, but I'm telling you, man, people catch on to the power of the Empire Engineers and use them consistently to their full effect. It's going to get pretty scary. Herky Jaeger Corps is going to be moving up. They've got the Shield Breaker on their missiles. Black Powder Discipline gives them reload skill and accuracy. These guys do not miss. Going to be a really nice unit to have here. And I'm pretty sure that their range is good enough to sit at the edge of the forest. And they'll be able to cover part, if not most, of the #1 objective. See them creeping up in here. Maybe just a corner of it. They'll for sure be able to lock down the #2 at the very least, though. I got a little bit of extra room here. I think this is the limit of the forest. Like right around here. Looks like they're content with revealing themselves, though. I mean, the snipe is just like a little bit of a little treat for them. It's not really something that you have to have active on these guys to get good value out of them. They're really accurate as it stands. They're great ROR. Keeping them by the tree should be enough. If the Dark Elves are like pressing you on the home objective anyways, you can just jump back in there and counterfire. If they go for the #1, it's better to have them in a position where they can maneuver a little bit quicker up to fire support. Beastcaster, Amber Spear in the Flock of Doom. So Amber Spear really good firing onto infantry units from the flank. Cast ranges, 200 meters. On the Medusa. Good positioning, keeping it by the trees here. Clearing out some of the spearmen. Nothing to really push the Medusa. Oh, well, actually, as I say that, you got the engineer here. Use the engineer to shoot that Medusa, man. Gonna be really, really good against it. Scourge Runners poking away. Looking to hit the Outrider grenade launchers. Gonna get a really nice volley off. Decent damage. Herky Jaeger Corps gonna push back, though. Getting a little bit of poke in against those chariots.
Keep it from the foe.
Medusas are great against chaff factions. They clear out numbers so well with their laser eyes. See how quickly they cleave through units' HP. And the thing about these spearmen, yeah, like, there are only 3 models died here, but the subsequent shots are gonna kill so many of them. They immediately drop about 30 models there. Mercurial Shot onto the Bleak Swords. Not bad damage. Definitely did some pretty good work there. Not poking aggressively enough at the engineer, in my opinion, though. See, firing off that volley actually killed a significant number of units there. That's why you'd be really good out here on the flank against the Siren. Siren does get hit by something. Oh, the Jaeger Corps opening up on the Medusa out here on the edge of the fight. Down to half health in just a couple of volleys. Huge damage from these dudes. Great stuff. Oh, and a beautiful burning head roasting the bleak swords. Oh my god, the entire front line right here gone in a blink of an eye. And a huge breakthrough with the spears now. You're going to be able to push the front line. This is the opportunity to get aggressive with your infantry positioning. Make sure that the Hurricane Jaeger Corps can, like, tuck up into the middle of this. What you do is you have the halberds positioned on either side with the spears far flung a little bit. Make sure that one spear is up on the edge of that point, and there's not going to be a great way for the Dark Elves to get back in on the shooting at any point in this game. A lot of Dark Riders, not a lot of Cold One Knights, but there's not a lot of Empire Knights on the field yet. There is one coming out now. Good call now that there's so many Dark Riders here. Medusa's back out to poke more stuff on the number 2. Exim is going to be pushing onto this back objective, but Melkor is crushing the Dark Elves right now. Great countercharge with the Empire Knights against these Dark Riders. Boris also got a terror route onto one of them, making their life even more miserable. And the Cold One Knights are way out of position. They're just not anywhere near to support, and another Dark Rider could very well go down here. And that would be a very cost-effective Empire Knight as a result, and then you wouldn't really care about throwing them away against the Cold One Knights here. They were going to charge this spear unit, but then they divert, and they actually end up plowing into a braced unit anyways. Like, some of the unit got in on the flank, and you can see they're doing a little bit of damage, but a lot of them ended up, like, smack in front of the spears here. Grenade launchers punishing really nicely. You had 2 of them on the field. Scourge Runners have taken 1 down, but the second, really cost-effective volley, plus damage from the spears. And the Cold One Knights immediately down to about half health. Engineer riding around, supporting. Poking a little bit. Not needing to do a whole lot right now. And yeah, this is Malice in a nutshell, dude. Like, super durable, good combat character, but just not gonna be able to do enough, I'm afraid. Another beautiful burning head. I mean, Melkor, in both games we've watched, has been an absolute beast with the targeting on those, and has just punished time and again against everybody trying to throw stuff in there. And the Halberd's able to absorb the charge from the Cold One Knights, giving as good as they're getting right now. 780 value on that Halberd. The other side here, they haven't really been in combat. Not doing a whole lot. Where'd the Siren go? Oh, I think the Siren got gunned down. Oh, there it is. No, the Siren of Red Ruin falls. Probably the Hurricane Jaeger Corps at fault here. 2,300 on this one Hockland Long Rifle unit. Empire Knights coming in as the Scourge Runners make a desperate play for the back here. Trying to shut down grenade launchers and the Hocklands. Not going to be able to pull out very easily. You see the grenade launchers getting some good damage, even against the chariots as they try to pull out. Hockland's pouring the fire in. Empire Knights going down here. Cold One Knights, though, not trading super well. Oh, good catch back here for Exul. Alright, one Empire Knight goes down without getting a whole bunch of value, but does kill a Dark Rider. On a breakthrough here, Dark Rider's going to go down probably. The last few Cold One Knights trying to get the Free Company Militia. The stack of just raw numbers with 1 or 2 well-microed missiles. Looking pretty good here. Looking real good here. Melkor's done a very good job of balancing the summons as well. Only bringing up the cavalry to stop back pressure, knowing that, you know, there's not really a point in trying to counter push against the Dark Elves. It's just not going to go very great. Being patient and making sure to overwhelm. And constantly bogging Malice down in bodies, man. I mean, Malice has just struggled to be cost effective this whole game. He's got 700 value. which for his human form, honestly, pretty decent. It's just not making enough of a difference, though, because he's mostly being tar pitted, and not trying to snipe him is almost always the right call. Because if you pour a bunch of damage into him and he goes Zarkan for him, then you've kind of wasted a whole bunch of time, oftentimes, he's just going to persevere through it all. He's got the Warp Sword of Cain, which is a good heal. If you don't force him into Zarkan, he runs away and heals. Laughing while you wasted a whole bunch of ammo on expensive units trying to kill him. He can either heal up and then come back in and absorb more damage, or he can go Zarkan form and just leash the life out of everything in a blob around him. Little bit of pushback from Exul. Coldwood Knights, if the Coldwood Knights are able to consolidate, and you're getting like 3 or 4 of them out on the field, then maybe they can push the Empire off. Empire is pretty beat up, don't get me wrong. And they do have a very healthy Boris, though, who can cause terror out still. Engineer's gotten some great value. All the Mercurial shots used up. Killing multiple Black Arc Crusaders. Probably positioning him right here, though. Hoping that his shots go down the entire rank of the Black Arc Crusaders would be a better bet. I think we're going to see a break here on the Corsairs. Still chipping away. How many kills is he going to get here? Still reloading. Oh my god, dude. It's crazy. Just killed like 10 guys. 1,299 value on that 600 gold engineer, man. He can do the same thing to cavalry. Not quite the same, because his missiles don't, like, pierce through multiple units like it does infantry since he's killing them. But it does pour damage onto individual models pretty nice, and he can take down, like, 3 or 4 riders at a time. And Coldwood Knights only have 48 models, not 60, so it can be pretty effective damage against them. Outrider Grenade Launcher's going to get caught here by the Dark Riders. Big problem for the Empire, potentially. Definitely want to pull through the spears here. Oh, beautiful control. That's the way you do it, man. Dark Riders have to disengage here. They don't want to run through the Empire spears. Boris lands, getting some good damage with a few Empire Knights rallying, and a tear route going down on the Dark Riders, and their leadership breaks. You can use those 14 Knights to chase them all the way off the field, potentially. Numbers coming in for the Empire, just wave after wave of Spearmen. And yeah, I mean, Melkor is holding on to the lead, even getting a little bit more extra value here. The Coldwood Knights just can't do it. They're just lonely. They need more bodies out on the field. The Burning Head is such an awkward spell at times, because alternately, sometimes the damage it does is good, but it's not good enough. In this game, just the fact that it was a decisive annihilation of 2 of the infantry units that the Dark Elves had brought in early in one localized area is what allowed the Empire to get up on these points, and they have just not yielded an inch since then.
You have been bested. There is only defeat.
And Malice is in here getting good value, but he's just not impactful enough. He doesn't do enough damage. Usually you see people bring the High Beastmaster. High Beastmaster is way more cost effective than Malice is. Just because the High Beastmaster has a Tormentor's Sword, also has Scourge Runner ammo, which does a lot of good work. We're going to have to close out because my game is crashing. Very annoying. I'll be right back. Would have loved to go over all the values there at the end and talk about what was going right, but try and do it off the top of my head. The biggest one being the clutch Burning Head in the early game. Good micro on Boris to follow up on engagements where you're getting tear routes, you're helping facilitate chase-offs, as well as just keeping him healthy and alive. And the Empire Engineer got 1,200 value, and those Hochland long rifles getting 2,400 something value was crazy good. I mean, they cost $13.50, I'm pretty sure. And they cleared it all out. They killed the Dark Elves big monster. Siren of Red Ruin's pretty pricey, and is, you know, when you're losing those 1,600 plus gold monsters and they're your answer to the enemy's width, without that on the field, what are you gonna do? Like, you're gonna get overwhelmed by the Empire's mass and numbers eventually. Let me actually go see about that cost, because I'm not 100% sure what the Siren costs. It may be $15.50. No, it is $16.50, okay. It's an investment, man. Regular Bloodrat Medusas are perfectly acceptable, you know. You bring the Siren, because Whale of Malice does pretty good damage to, like, monstrous infantry and even cavalry, I think. But a regular one for 350 gold less can be a pretty good call. You could do double, well, maybe double Medusa into Empire is a bad idea. We saw the Hawklands just absolutely massacre one. Probably wouldn't have been too terribly different with multiple Medusas. Give me a sec, guys. I'm gonna go make sure that we're grabbing the right replays for the next round. Who are we gonna watch? I want to save some of the replays that people have sent me and talked up, because I really want to be set for my holiday. So I'm probably going to do that. Apologies to the people who DM them directly, talking up their games. A lot of you guys I've covered pretty often. I'd like to get an opportunity to do some of the people who are a little bit newer, and get them an opportunity to learn a thing or two. This is an absolutely insane build. I kind of want to watch this one. Diaz and Cheprian, both folks who are fairly new to the scene. And Diaz has double cannon, an organ gun, tons of rangers, which we've been seeing a lot of from Diaz anyways. And 4 dwarf warriors with Malachi. Malachi is going to be really good around the artillery, man. He gives big buffs to it. Gives extra range, extra missile strength. Does he give reload skill too? I'm pretty sure he does, right? He's got the Eye of Grungni.
Put your faith in dwarven ingenuity, resilience, and my inventions.
Okay, so Eye of Grungni is the range, and Artillery Master is the accuracy and reload skill. Definitely wants to position where all of the artillery is, and the cannons and organ guns should honestly just open up right now on those horse archers. Cheprian, seeing this, should immediately get in the trees with the horse archers. There's no reason to leave them in the open field like this. Oh my god, dude. Ugh. Oh my god, brother. Woo. Yeah, rip horse archers, man. Casket of Souls opening up, trying to do damage. Losing all these horse archers again, dude. Cheprian, you just gotta be way more careful with them, dude.
We have a victory point. Keep it from the foe.
They're squishy, and they do cost quite a bit of money. They're 475 gold. Losing them and them only getting, like, 15 value is just not it. You've gotta be very self-preserving with them. I do like the positioning on the Casket of Souls. It's actually kind of genius. I mean, it's on the other side of the forest away from the artillery, and it's in this little dip, right? It's got a great arc of fire, so it can shoot out with no problems or obstruction. Artillery trying to hit it's going to have problems shooting into into the little divot there. Hasn't really gotten a lot of great value, though. Little bit of damage. Pretty expensive artillery piece. Could probably just use an increase in the amount of ammunition it has, because it only has 20 volleys. If it had something closer to like what an organ gun has at 24, I think there would be a much better upgrade potential for it.
You have the foe's victory point.
Just doesn't do enough oftentimes. It's like a Hellstorm rocket battery in terms of being just as inaccurate, but it's a single entity instead of, you know, 4 artillery pieces. And it's just not getting anything done right now. Archers for the Dowie are pushing back the skeleton horse archers, who are going to crumble out now since they're beat to hell. More shots coming in. Actually making good contact now. You can see it's very devastating when it actually lands in. It's just the accuracy issues that it has that hold it back so much. Cannon's not really doing a whole lot since the opener. Slight repositioning on them, in fact. Trying to push them around. They're still shooting into the trees a whole bunch, though. The Tomb Kings are playing a little too honestly, and they really don't want to have Cetra in view of the cannons. They're kind of lucky that Cetra's not getting shot at right now. His attack patterns are pretty erratic, so it can be a little difficult for artillery to punish him. If you just park artillery on Cetra all game whenever he's in range and not out of view, should be able to kill him fairly quickly with the cannons. Tomb Scorpion running over these Dwarf Rangers. We've got the Dwarf Warriors moving in to try and do some damage. Sneaky Snakes and the Sphinx waiting in the wings. I'm not 100% sure why you're bringing the Sphinx of Uskef against the Dowie. They don't have anything for it to kill. Kind of a waste, considering how expensive it is. You would be better off with another Kimrian War Sphinx. It's all about knowing when and where. I did talk the Kimrian War Sphinx down last time we saw Cheprin's double Sphinx build, but that was mostly down to the faction that was being played into. The Sphinx is really good in some matchups. In some matchups, you really do want the double War Sphinx because there's so much infantry, and this is obviously one of them. I mean, the Dowie are just all infantry all the time, just bodies, 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 and they never let up on it. So, no Thunderbarge summon. I don't know why I was kind of hoping that Diaz would bring it in as the first summon. That would have been pretty hilarious. Wouldn't have been very good, but just for the sake of memes, would have been nice to see. Horse archers and skeleton spears getting lit up right now. Oh man, I mean, against the Dwarves, this has got to be a pretty rough matchup for the Tomb Kings no matter what. I mean, you can see Cetra. That's why you bring double Sphinx. He got one good charge off on the Rangers and just deleted that unit. Goody Shopsy summon onto the artillery pieces, locking 2 of them down here. Where's the Sphinx? Oh, here it is. It's in the woods. It's been out on the field for over 5 minutes now, and it's got a 0 value, which is pretty horrible. It's got to get some kind of performance out of it, man. Cetra kind of being locked in by the Sphinx there. Ranger's going down real hard, though. I mean, it doesn't really matter. Sphinx, you can see it does pretty good dual-purpose damage to infantry, but it is 2,450 gold as opposed to 1,900 for Kitty Cat Sphinx, and for that price you can bring out a bunch more Nadkar Warriors, which should be pretty good. You also want a bunch of melee Shopti. Dude, this new Shopti summon has been crazy. It's got 1,100 value and counting. Oh my god. That's probably the most value I've ever seen on a new Shopti summon. 1300 is nasty business. How's the desert getting to the back line, too? Slayers are here. We got Rangers here. More Slayers, Dude Seekers. Push onto the back point, incoming from the Dowie. Casket has done pretty nicely. Up to, let me guess, 1300? Hey, 1329. Not bad. You can see it's way more accurate, about half range, which isn't really a good place for an artillery piece like this to be, because it's so slow. If it's in half distance of what it wants to shoot at, then I'm really worried about it, because it gets folded up by missiles pretty badly. This is one of the artillery pieces that I think needs to be like most accurate at max distance. All it takes is to get like one unit in range of it, and they'll easily pincushion a 4,000 health artillery piece to death. 1400 on it ain't bad. Cheprian is still in this. Dowie have been holding the points for quite a while now with the triple cap, and it doesn't look like they're going to be letting up on that anytime soon. Now, Cetra has got 1500 value. That's great.
One of your units has been destroyed.
Organ Gun getting recruit now. They're able to recruit 3 of the Organ Guns, which is going to be very bad for Cetra. He's not going to be able to stick around in the middle for much longer. You do get the cap here. You get the Ushabti Great Bows. Regular Ushabti Great Bows, not very good. Chosen of the Gods are much better against the Dwarves. Oh, and there's the Thunder Barge. In the late game, rolling out. It could use the Spear of Grungni to hit the Sphinx right now. Or it could just try and use it to kill Cetra. Because that Harpoon does a ridiculous amount of damage. You can see there, 1750. Plus the 90 explosive damage. Most of it all being AP. Oh yeah, baby. That's it. It does get the Harpoon off. Massive damage going down on the Sphinx. Very low. 1,000 value on it. Getting shot point blank by the cannons now. 900 here. Organ Gun, probably close to 1,000. 1,200 actually. Pretty nice. Come on, do it. Let's see the Organ Guns fire. They're gonna do like a ranked fire here. Okay, come on, shoot, guys. There we go. This cannon now? Come on. Do it. No, I just wanted to see the Organ Guns kill the Sphinx. Malachi hanging in here against the big beastie. He's probably going to be able to take it down with a little bit of assistance from the cannons. More point-blank shots going down. The Sphinx is hit and crumbles into non-existence. Cetra not able to come out of the trees. Dowie going to cap the number 1 again. Number 2 did get retaken by the Tomb Kings, but they are having a huge uphill climb, and they might not even be able to hang on to it. Now, these, like, 2 beat-up Dowie warriors could grind down that Skeleton Horseman with the Ranger fire. I'll show you a Tomb Kings build that I think would have a little bit more success, especially on this map. You're gonna have to be a little bit more aggressive.
One of your units has been destroyed.
And discerning. And what the hell happened to the Thunder Barge?
One of your
The Chosen of the Gods took it out that fast? I wasn't even paying attention. Oh my god. That's rough, dude. Losing it like that? Ow. And they Chosen of the Gods got 2,200 damage. You know what? I bet it was on the Afterburner, and Diaz just didn't pay attention to that. The Afterburner kills the HP on the Thunder Barge really bad. I mean, it shreds itself when it's trying to move quick. Luckily, the Dowie are able to just, you know, throw some Slayers forward, and they're locking it down against the Archers and the Skeleton Horsemen. push on the number 3 here. Dowie
I knew it.
able to hang on to the point. How'd the Thunderbarge do? Probably like 1,000 value. Yeah, not that much. Oof. You gotta be careful with this thing, man. I mean, it gets countered by missiles pretty hard, and then if you leave the afterburner on for a little too long, suddenly it's dead, and you're, you know, smacking your face a little bit. Wondering what could have been. Let me make a Tomb Kings build that I think would do a little bit better, okay. Yeah, Cetra, bring him on the Sphinx. You do Nerus. I don't need to do Syrians, just Jaffs. Nerus and Jaffs are going to keep the army abilities procced forever, which would be really damn good. Cut all of the items and stuff. No items, no abilities. They're not that good anyways. Wrath of Cetra is okay in some matchups, but against the Dowie on the Sphinx, he's got enough mass to escape no matter what. Yeah, some Skeleton Warriors ain't bad. You can do a couple of Spears, a couple of 3 if you need. I do like Nakara Warriors here. You can get a couple of Ushapti in early. Get a Skeleton Horse Archer Chariot. These Horse Archer Chariots are pretty not Horse Archer Chariots. Just regular old Skeleton Archer Chariots. They're pretty vicious against the Dowie. Dowie have a problem with Chariots to begin with. And these guys have a ranged attack, so they can poke at Slayers pretty nicely. Bring the Chosen of the Gods in reserve. Get some more Ushapti. Lots of Skeleton Horsemen. Maybe 1 Nehekar Horseman. Kefirgard in reserve. 500 gold. Actually get rid of those and get a couple of Carrion. Sure, and I guess 1 regular Skeleton Archer isn't a bad idea. I mean, this is a build I would bring. If your opponent goes really heavy into artillery, you're going to have to build up, and it's going to take a little bit of time to do that. You can also make Screaming Skull Catapults a nice centerpiece of your army, because these do pretty good damage to Dowie infantry. They're a little inaccurate, the catapults, but they're generally fairly consistent. They're good poke a lot of the time, but I do just prefer like diving the Dowie in one solid push, because if you compromise Dowie positions with stuff like Ushapti and the Skeleton Archer Chariots running over stuff with a little bit of chaff support and a few like damage dealing infantry pieces that can hold their own against Dowie warriors and even up trade into Slayers like these Nehekara warriors can, it's going to be a long day for the Dwarves grinding through it all. Thanks for watching the mirror. Yeah, man, that's awesome. Glad to have you back. I mean, a year's a long time to be gone, but perfect opportunity to get back in after a big update and relearn the game. It's a very good Yoda. Hell yes, dude. Alright, guys. Let's get a couple more replays. What time is it? 4:18. How much longer are we going to stream? I'll tell you what. I'm probably going to stream this until 5:30, depending on how people feel. I may stream like a round or two of Battlefront 2 in co-op, just for shits and giggles, because that's what I've been jamming with as I took a little bit of a break this week. See if we can find some stuff we haven't already covered. We had a lot of Tomb Kings games. I want to cover Nurgle, though. Where are the other... Here we are. Oh, perfect. Okay. Nurgle versus the Greenskins. Great matchup for pretty even duel between these two factions, honestly. Nurgle is pretty good against chaff factions because they've got very durable units, and they can punish blobs pretty hard. They don't have a ton of blob punish here. Depends on if Tamarcon is on the Toe Dragon or not. He might be. This is a pretty cheap Nurgle army. Oh, he's on foot.
Kill them all.
How much is Boobalos anyways? Boobalos is what, like 1,000 gold? Maybe even more. I remember he's like crazy expensive. So you got Plague Toads backing up Marauders. You got some Horsemen going for the number 1. Noxbringer moving in. Morgrove's Magi Marauders and Snaggler running around together. Snaggler has all the items and abilities. I've seen people do some pretty hilarious stuff with Snaggler. He's just a little hard to use. You're gonna be pretty on point with your micro if you want to bully people with them. I don't know about that net. Oh, you get the spider hatchlings in on them. Okay. Oh, and with Sting of Snaggler, wow, they have 0 melee attack and melee defense. Wow, the spider summon is actually brutalizing the horsemen right now. Although they do break immediately. Oh my god, freaking spiders. Not worth for Snaggler, in my opinion. How much value these guys get? 98. That is not good for the Wombo combo there. Probably just want to use the Sting on Noxbringer and then use the spiders to just proc and run after the horsemen. Doing all that fancy business really didn't get you anywhere. Good focus fire from the archers. We got the Rugleds out here. Morgrove's a little beat up. They definitely took a little bit of focus fire from the Noxbringer. Noxbringer point-blank shots into... Oh, that's the Rusty Heirs, not Rugleds. Oh, Rugleds is here. They're just on the outside. The Rusty Heirs get hit by a pretty nasty shot from the Noxbringer. They're a very expensive unit. And losing a bunch of ammunition is not great for them. Even worse for the Morgroves. Morgroves only have 18 volleys, and they've probably lost a good, like, 4 or 5 from the Noxbringer shots here. More ammunition being lost here. Oh, down to 2 volleys. Brutal stuff, and they cost 600 gold. Morgroves cannot do anything in melee. They have to get value with the shooting. And with the Noxbringer just hard countering them there, it's a big loss for the Greenskins. That's not really being reflected by the damage that's been done so far. Tamarcon and the Nurgle caster doing pretty well here. Just keeping an eye on this Rot Knight versus Broken Tusk mob situation. Rugleds maybe going to be attacked by the Furies. Good mirroring with the mob here, though. Those Boar Boy Biggins could get back there and get some good work done. Beautiful upgraded Rants of Visitations with Tamarcon in position to hammer down this Goblin Great Shaman. The Goblin Great Shamans can win melee fights, but they don't want to take them in a one-on-one because they've actually got horrible melee defense of 30. I mean, it is gross how bad it is. So typically against a character like Tamarcon or Tyrion, or the really dedicated combat characters, those spiders, when they're fighting alone, just get folded up. Because they're getting hit too consistently, and there's nothing to spread the damage around. Airboys, Death Creepers. I like the Death Creepers. They're honestly a half-decent ROR, because they have regeneration. So they do perpetually heal, and they can stay on the battlefield for quite a while. And these guys actually do have decent stats for melee combat. Their charge bonus is pretty bad, so they have the rear charge. But I've seen them do some pretty effective damage, just rear charging things over and over again. Bobby poking away with what remains of the missile line. Both sides look pretty gassed right about now, though. Good countercharge of the Warhounds onto the Moonhowlers, intercepting them in the open field. Runner Horsemen getting throwing axes in from the flank and taking down a bunch of models on the edge here. 4 or 5 of the Moonhowlers going down real badly right now. Tamercon, very healthy, and Noxbringer, not so healthy. Oh, netted. Oh, brutal. Spiderweb attack gets him. And looks like Snaggle's getting some good damage in on him with the Savager of Air Boys chipping away from, you know, the home forest here. Noxbringer should peel out of here and try and use the ammo to hammer the Rugloods. While there's still the opportunity. Forsaken clearing out the Orc Boys. Yeah, just regular old Orc Boys being taken down. Chilling. We've got Pestigors moving up now. Handful of units rallying for Nurgle out on the number 1, and up onto the number 2, move the Pesties. Pesties going to be real great here for the late game. They'll be able to beat up on some really expensive units, given the opportunity, and they can grind effectively into stuff like Orc Boys. They've just got a lot of health at 10,000. You know, it makes it a little bit difficult to get through them before they get their value back. Noxbringer with 1,000, did get a heal, really nice fleshy abundance there. Getting up to 5,300 HP, Tamercon hanging in there. Not a lot of value on him. Death's Creeper is getting jumped by the Hounds, dude. People are relearning the Hound meta, apparently. I've actually been doing pretty well with them. Forsaken, mucking up the works with the Broken Tusk mob. Not quite able to push through them, but Broken Tusk mob with 1,500 value is wicked good. I mean, it's a 1,000 gold unit. Getting them locked down here with the Pesties is going to be a big problem now, though. Because they rout, they're going to get hit by the Tears of Nurgle, and then they'll probably just get dragged down by that stage. Noxbringer against the Swamp Fangs. Bad for the Noxbringer in a vacuum, but Tamercon and the healer come over, both of whom can do respectable damage to the Swamp Fangs. Tamercon especially, since he is the anti-large hero that you need here. His melee attack is really poor, though, since he's getting debuffed by Odor and he's exhausted. And the Swamp Things do have 50 melee defense, so it's a little tough for him to hit right now. But he gets the Black Cleaver, and that's going to help out tremendously. Squigherd's in here, throwing axes. We're going to run down the Air Boys and the Forest Goblin Spider Riders.
One of your units has been destroyed.
Furies crumble out. Goblin Great Shaman's still alive, but Pestigors are doing pretty well. Although over here, it looks like this Squigherd, with the focus fire from the archers, starting to fold up Nurgle's position on the number 3 a little bit. You see here that they're holding on to it, but just barely, and the Pesties are going to break here with the pressure being put on by the Squigherds. There they go. Brutal loss. Really needed them to hang on to that number 3, but there is a triple cap, I guess, so no super big deal. Need to find a little bit better value trades, though. That's the thing I'm worried about the most for Nurgle currently. You got archers shooting at Tamercon. Swamp Things have gotten 1,000 value, which is pretty damn good, and they tear out the Sorcerer. Worth remembering, these guys are a terror-causing troll unit. Snagla doesn't have a whole lot of value, but we did see one really good spiderweb attack. Sting has probably gotten him about 200 or 300, maybe. The rest of it's from fighting. Nurgle on the back foot now. Big time. They just didn't have the infantry presence, and they spent a lot on these single entities, and the Noxbringer has done a respectable amount of damage, but does have like 4 shots left in the bank, while Tamercon really hasn't been all that effective. He had a good fight early, but that's been about it for him in the value trade department. Plague Ogres coming in, ripping and tearing the Swamp Things apart. So no more regeneration on those guys, no more terror-causing unit there for the Greenskins. Orc Archers just Matrix dodging the poor Noxbringer, who's firing kind of wildly right now. I really haven't seen great concentrated fire from it. It's been a little too inaccurate for my liking here. Finally gets a nice impact in. Vortex doing a little extra damage. It's fairly strong, the Noxbringer Vortex. Mind you, the regular Soul Grinders of Nurgle do not have the Vortex damage. It's only the Noxbringer, so it's worth remembering that. But, you know, 4 all AP damage really isn't bad. It's better than the Skull Cannon now. Tamarcon literally on his last leg here. I mean, he is falling apart. He gets filled full of arrows. And there goes the really badass maggot animation. Like, rips his head in half and lets it out. It's pretty cool. Great Shaman, trolling around with 1200 HP. Still alive. Still here, you bastards. Looking to close this game out are the Greenskins. I think they're not going to have too many issues with it. The morale loss is going to be real bad. Hammer of Gork has been pretty effective too. You gotta remember also that Hammer of Gork imbues blinded onto what it's shooting. There's a lot of hidden value in the Hammer of Gork. Like, ostensibly it's gotten 1,000. Probably end up with about 1,100 if it hits a couple more shots on these, like, running Marauders. It's probably contributed another 400 or 500 more by keeping everything debuffed really nicely. So, a Nurgle triple cap yields way to a Greenskins triple cap, and this time, there's no backup. Nurgle is just way too far behind. I saw a lot of crumbling Furies. I didn't really like the performance of the Plague Toads either, and the Marauder Horsemen were thrown away pretty often here. I think you'd be better off going with like an armor check build against this Greenskins army. And then making sure that you kill a Hammer of Gork would have been really nice as well. Plague Toad got its value back, though, I guess. Ogres with 1,000. Chaos Sorcerer of 1,500. It's not being able to finish the Great Shaman until the very end of the game. That's, like, done them in. Oh, wait, I think is he in the trees over here? When did the Great Shaman die? Is he hiding somewhere? I don't know. Die up here? No. How is the Ragnarok spider? Bro is just missing. No idea where he went. Okay, whatever. That's fine, I guess. Was he dead? No, he's got, like, no HP. Maybe he ran off the field or something. Who's to say? Could have kept better track of him at the end. Knowing me, he's probably, like, right in front of me, and my blind-ass eyes are not spotting him. The Rotting Riders, I just completely forgot there were Rod Knights on the field, because they got a whole 181 value. Nice. It's a 1,700 gold unit. I don't love the Rotting Riders. Or, not the Rotting Riders, the regular Rod Knights. The Rotting Riders are better, in my opinion. Although, against the Greenskins, you probably want to just do Plague Ogres, or maybe just bring a bunch of Bile Trolls. Because those are both pretty good options to your opponent's Boar Boys. The Rod Knights will just get countered by mass Boar Boys, and if you're not really careful, they'll just get shot to death as well, which is another really horrible situation. Fled the map? Okay, that makes sense. Oh, got him with a Marauder Horseman. Don't worry about it, Sven. The Greenskins are tricky. Like, big numbers factions can be a pain to learn to play into as Chaos, because Chaos tends to go fairly expensive, you know? You're just not going to have the same numbers as the Greenskins, because goddamn, are they just going to swarm you with bodies? I think you might have overinvested into Tamarcon and the Chaos Sorcerer. I think, honestly, the Chaos Sorcerer Lord would have been the better option. Because you can still bring Fleshy and Rancid. You've got the passive heal, so you never have to use the heal on this guy. Children of Nurgle is fine. You can bring Arcane Conduit, so he charges. He's 1942 at that point. He's pretty affordable. Noxbringer in there for 1950, and then you can do some Marauders. A couple Chaos Warriors aren't bad here. Got the Plague Ogre. You can maybe do... Actually, Bile Trolls do have good leadership. Regular Trolls have 45 leadership. Bile Trolls have 50, and the extra 5 leadership actually is kind of massive. It makes a big difference for units a lot of the time, and these guys lower leadership. Not just with fear, but also the stomach acid lowers by another 8. That's minus 16 leadership against a low leadership faction like the Greenskins. Couple of Bile Trolls in reserve, not a bad choice. You got 2,200 gold left, probably just 2 horsemen, and then, what else? Maybe you do a Hound, upvet this bad boy, and get another Marauder. Sure, why not? What else do you need here? Dude. Although, maybe if you're bringing the Sorcerer Lord, you do Stream and Miasma. I think that's a good idea. You can do Rancid Visitations just in case you get a chance to snipe the enemy Lord. One more Throwing Axe, and then you get a couple Plague Toads. I'd bring 3 Furies here. You got the Bile Trolls. Maybe you do another Bile Troll. Couple Nurglings. Barons of the Bog. Maybe you cut those guys and get... Yeah, do a couple Pestigors. Why not? They're a good unit. You could get Plague Bearers if you want to. Plague Bearers are kind of hard to kill with bows for the Greenskins. Because they've got physical resistance. Their armor sucks, but they got a ton of health at 11,000. That Fizz Res makes a big difference when they're getting shot by missiles. It's about as good as the Pestigors, who have the 25% missile resistance, I guess. These guys have a little less armor. They got a little bit less HP. They got worse leadership, too. Plague Bears hold the line so nicely because they just never go down easy. They got big weapon strength too. Something to think about. Do you think this would be a pretty decent build against Greenskins? Oh, y'all had a Jabberslythe game? We can talk about the Jabberslythe. Jabberslythes have to be high micro unit. If you leave Jabberslythes to stand around at all, and they get shot up, that's just big sad. Oh, you didn't post your games, did you, Piston? That's okay. At the very least, watch your games back so you can get a good idea of, you know, how to work around them. So you don't just, you know, shrug it off and then don't learn anything from the whole process. It sucks to get beat, but oftentimes you're going to learn more from those losses than you will from your wins. Oh well. #1 Tom Cruise fan versus TMD here. No idea what TMD stands for. I have many theories, but they're all fairly inappropriate. You know, I'm a wholesome streamer. We don't do that here. We don't do any curse words around these parts, you know. Bunch of throwing axes, pretty good call for Khorne. I mean, they do quite a bit of work against the Greenskins. You do need to be a little careful to keep them safe from Spider Rider archers and Wolf Raiders. They can poke down your throwing axes pretty bad if you're not careful. But securing a middle objective, good call. Bloodwake Berserkers, you got Skull Taker with a bunch of Marauders. Not a bad core at all. Flesh Hounds moving up. Maybe gonna be trying to get after the Lord. Doesn't look like it though. The Night Goblin War Boss is just slowly trying to cap the #1, but we do get the Flesh Hounds on the point, and they are holding it off for now. Throwing axes really close up to the Forest Goblin Spider Riders, and they get a great volley off. A little bit of damage, nothing too devastating. They are going to try and hit the Night Goblin War Boss now, who does have Fermented Fungi. You gotta remember this. It's a pretty good ability, you know. Great Rampage, and that was a really good Tormentor Sword as well. With a beautiful Brain Burst, and the Loons! Oh, the layering on all of these abilities. Beautiful stuff, man. How much value did this guy get? 400? Wow, 400, indeed. You got the Boar Boy Biggins. They're going to chase these guys off. It's a huge loss. Losing all your horsemen is so painful. And those horsemen would have been really clutch against this giant dude. Probably want to move your, all your units in now as Khorne. Like, you just need to get into melee combat now. That's your one chance to maybe get back in this game. Also, use this opportunity to get your Flesh Hounds in, because the Broken Tusk Mob is a million miles away right now. If you catch these, Wolf Riders and the Spider Riders, that could be a nice uptrade for the Flesh Hounds. Greenskins rallying back, really good micro. TMD bringing up the Orc Boar Boy Biggins. Skull Taker on the front line against the Goblins with the Marauders chipping away. Giant smacking the hell out of Skull Taker here. Ooh, big damage coming down from Big Boy. Oh yeah, look at that tummy, man. Jiggle physics on the Giant's stomach here. Come on, buddy. Do it again. Yeah, that's the problem with Giants. Sometimes they just don't want to hit stuff, but man, oh man, do they hit hard when they make contact. Big damage going down on Skull Taker. He does not want to keep fighting this Giant, honestly. He's okay against stuff like this. It is a little bit dangerous for him, though. Skull Taker getting rampaged now. Bloodwake Berserker is getting in under this, though. Giant gets Fist of Gore, giving him magic damage. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Skull Taker. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Alright, Giant is being a big dummy, just like you would expect him to be. Focusing a lot on the Marauders right now. Good Fanatics cast. Another boss's Loons. Crushing infantry, and wow, look at the ricochet going off the wall and even getting a little extra damage on the Wrathmongers over there. So there's 2 Wrathmongers on the field right now. Big investment into those guys. They're a great unit, but the Greenskins don't care that much about fighting Wrathmongers because they can maneuver around them. Greenskins can send some infantry in to occupy them for a little bit of time. Then they use, like, pump wagons to run them over, and also can, you know, like, ignore them, just move around them, kill the rest of the army, and then you leave the Wrathmongers to get shot up to die in the late game. Giants looking pretty beat up. 1,600 value, though, is really nice. These guys are 1,400. They're good now. Ever since the cost decreases and the restructure to the way weapon strength works for single entities, they've been pretty decent unit. Actually smacking up this one Bloodwake Berserker. He's a little cut off from his friends. Oh, he's gonna pick it up. Oh, he bites off Corngor's head. Such a fun animation, too. I mentioned it the last few times I've done streams, but I want more sync kills for, like, Warhammer 40k, because that was a big part of, like, Dawn of War, and I imagine that's what Warhammer 40k is going to be a little bit like. It's probably going to be very skewed. You're going to have factions like Tyranids and Imperial Guard. They're going to have, like, traditional, like, 150, 160 plus dude units, and then there's going to be Space Marines where they've got, you know, like, their strike squads that are probably going to be, like, monstrous units. They're going to have, like, 16 dudes in the unit, and they're just going to do a shit ton of damage. Very curious to see how they handle that. I'm curious when they're going to announce that, because, you know, recently they announced that there is another Total War game in the works, and I'm pretty sure they said it was a Warhammer game. Maybe that's just wishful thinking on my part, though. Brainburst actually does enough damage to proc the Unbreakable on the Corngors. Honestly, pretty nice. Seeing it used a couple of times. Sword of Khorne coming down. Beautiful damage on Rugloods. Khorne is struggling a little bit. A lot of their stuff in the backline is just getting smacked up. Div the Blood Beasts in here. They are fighting Boarboy Biggins, though, and they don't have a lot of support right now. Do get Corngors moving in, who will be able to help out pretty nicely. More Orc Boys pressing. Just keeping the numbers going after all of the stuff that Khorne has in that backline area is honestly a pretty good call. Greenskins have had the number 2 objective this whole time, keeping the points fairly close. The Black Orc, great weapons moving into the Wrathmongers now. Regular Wrathmongers is some pretty good value, and they will do good damage to the Black Orc great weapons here. What is the plan? How are you going to finish off the frickin' Bloodwake Berserkers? It's been good damage. The Fermented Fungi has done a good job against Skull Taker, but he's just not going down. Somehow Skull Taker just keeps hanging around on the battlefield right now. That Cloak of Skulls and the Gore Feast heal doing a lot of work for him, man. Giant moving in, crushing a few people underfoot on his way out. 900 HP and counting. Does get a tear out on the Corngors, which is nice, but the Bloodwake Berserkers are underneath him.
You have killed an enemy lord.
They're being a real nuisance to this poor guy, but he does get 1,800 value before he goes down. Lands on some of those guys, does a little damage. Wow, the Wrathmongers actually did get beat by the Black Orcs. But the Pump Wagons had to come in and help, and the Wrathmongers are, you know, sitting there at 1,800, while the Black Orcs only got 281 value. Pretty poor performance from them, all things considered. Honestly, the big difference maker has been this Night Goblin War Boss. He's gotten 1,600 value, and the abilities have been very well timed and used. Absolutely clutch stuff from him. And the Bloodwake Berserkers, great unit, but being worn out here. Only getting their value back, basically. They've got a few seconds on Relentless Rage, and then they're probably all going to immediately start to drop like flies. And you can see immediately a couple of models going down, more of them dying. 1900 value on the Wrathmongers there. Good stuff, but not enough. Not enough at all. You know what I realized? The reason I've been a little confused this game is the banners, I mean, are literally the exact same freaking color. We're getting trolled real hard here. A lot of Khorngors on the field. Greenskins consolidating a hold on the middle. This game is not over, guys. Khorne without Skulltaker is going to struggle pretty immensely. Don't have a lot of supply. We got more supplies than the Greenskins right now. About 1,000. Maybe you can save up and then get Skulltaker out. Just doing a little 360 spin, you know. No scoping some orcs here. Blood Beast moving up. Couple of Minotaurs rallied and are coming back in. 1,300 value on them. Blood Beast looking to fly in and get some damage done. Savage Orc Boar Boys probably going to be going down here because they're getting charged by Blood Beasts, who do pretty good damage. Piling into combat. They've got some really good attack animations. Really nice Brain Burst. It's actually been doing a lot more damage than I've been willing to give it credit for in the past. Cool stuff, honestly. Cool beans. Black Orcs moving down, looking to get after the Khorngors. Should be able to very quickly beat the Khorngors. They just got so much weapon strength. When they hit against the low melee defense of the Khorngors, it's going to be way more impactful than the Khorngors hitting back against the Black Orcs, who have slightly better stats. Oh, and we get the Wah. Massive power spike for the Greenskins. They are able to break the Blood Beasts and the dual weapon Marauders here. Rough stuff for Khorne now. Just not able to get this second wave going. We do get a backcap attempt. Really sneaky stuff, getting some goblins and orc boys out there to just chill. If you're gonna summon Skulltaker back in, just save up your money and save your forces for when your lord is back out, and then they can all go in together. Yeah, Khorne's just getting overwhelmed in the late game here. They don't have anywhere they're gonna be able to win a fight. Just is too foreboding. Although now that Skulltaker gets in here, wow, the Marauders somehow able to hold. And wow, there's 7 Wrathmongers in here with 500 HP, 1,900 value. Hey man, I mean, anything you get out of Wrathmongers, never bad. Bloodwake Berserkers died to a man, it looks like. This last of the Wrathmongers. Giving their all for the Blood God here. 2,000, yep. Marauders being broken by the Shock Cavalry. Now Goblin Warboss with 1,600 value. Skulltaker with 1,100. Skulltaker's expensive, guys. With this kit, he's 1,950. No. 2,100. Yeah. You just can't lose Skulltaker at all, ever. He's very expensive to bring back in. And he's best over the course of a long grind. He's usually at his weakest at the beginning of a game, where your opponent's got more opportunities to isolate Skulltaker or shoot him to death. Once he gets in late game scenarios, as long as he's at like half HP or better, his buffs are up. He's still got all the leadership and melee attack buff abilities. He's got Bloody Onslaught. Unyielding Assault makes him really good against other tired characters in the late game, especially if he's got Hellblade up, where he gets more weapon strength. He's pretty unmanageable at times. He's maybe borderline a little bit broken, but there's plenty of ways to deal with them. It's just if you don't have a good answer for Skulltaker that you end up getting shredded by him. That's kind of the Khorne matchup in a nutshell. Like, any faction going up against Khorne, if you are not self-preserving with your value trade tools, you will lose to Khorne. TMD did a really good job of focus firing with missiles. Ruglud's got really good value at 1400, good value from the Orc Airboy, good value on the Spider Riders and the Goblin Archers. Giant and the Night Goblin Warboss, all the most noteworthy performances, I would say, and not a whole lot else to say about the rest of the army, just fairly efficient, able to pull down those scary Khornate units. Losing all those horsemen in the early moments was really huge. I mean, that really kind of is a deciding play, in my opinion, because if you've got your horsemen, you can punish the giant, you can counter shoot. It's one more thing for archers to have to focus on. You would have probably been able to get 400 or 500 value out of your throwing axes, even if they are getting shot down by the Rugluds and stuff. Can I check out semifinals? I kind of beefed it. Yeah. Okay, we can watch the other semifinals game. I completely forgot about it, so thank you for letting me know. Oh, the meaty Tangler. Oh, it makes so... That's honestly really close to what I was gonna guess. I just connected the dots in my head. It's a great name, dude. How do you deal with units like Severed Claw? With a Severed Claw, you occupy them with chaff because their damage output isn't that great, except against large targets. Against Wrathmongers, you avoid and you shoot. The Severed Claw isn't nearly as dangerous. You can grind them down, or you can shoot them, or you can occupy them with chaff units, because it takes them a long time to get through chaff. It's pretty easy to shoot them, and they're also pretty beatable if you have something like Greatsword Infantry. High Elves will just shoot the Severed Claw to death. Especially if you're using something like Shadow Walkers. Guys, I need to show you the best High Elf unit, and it's honestly no contest at this point. Because if Charix is dedicated to the cause, then everybody should be. Shadow Walkers rip, dude. They are crazy powerful. Their missile, super long range, hits pretty hard, decent reload time, poisonous, and they can fire while on the move with stalk, so they can dodge in and out and go into hiding. And they easily get their value back just by using all their ammo, and then they're pretty respectable in melee combat. So you can keep them around to charge in and clear stuff out. It's really good. That's what the High Elves should use to kill the Wrathmongers, because if your opponent dives Shadow Walkers with Furies, Shadow Walkers have good enough stats, they can survive a Fury dive. They've got 44 melee defense with Martial Prowess up. A couple of heals on them and they'll be laughing their way home to the bank. Oh, the semis. Cool to see Greenskins in semifinals. I've been noticing that the Greenskin win rate, let's actually go check that out real quick, has been steadily climbing as of late. There was a point at which they were literally down here with Grand Cathay. They were in the lower 40s in terms of win rate. And you look at them now, and they're in the top, what, 8? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, they're in the top 8. Crazy stuff. Huge comeback for them in the win rate, honestly. And it looks like people have figured out how to win a lot of their bad matchups, or at the very least make them a little bit less terrible. Of course, Slanesh and the Vampire counts are up here at the top. Beastmen not far behind. Beastmen are getting figured out a little bit. I mean, anytime you've got a faction that's very low armor, there's going to be stuff like Burning Head that can really punish them. But Beastmen have ways around that, so they are able to stay ahead of the curve. The Centaur nerfs that they've been getting, it's taken a while to finally get Centaurs into a position where I think they're very fairly costed and balanced, but I think they're there. I've seen people suggest changing them a little bit, like giving them the same reduction to their unit size as, or the same increase to the unit size as Hellstriders, and lowering their cost back down to like 750 or something, but I think at 800 they're perfectly fine as is. I don't think they need to get adjusted at all, really. I don't know. Beastmen overall, I would say, are like just a really well implemented, like high skill ceiling faction. They've got a pretty low floor, though. They are very easy to pick up, fumble around with, not really understand them, and maybe have a little bit of a misapprehension about how to use them, and then you lose a bunch of games, and you just never try them ever again. It takes time to figure them out. Wood Elves up here. Ogre Kingdoms and Norska climbing. Norska not super surprising. They haven't gotten a DLC in a bazillion years. They're obviously going to be getting one soon, but even without it, they are fine. I mean, they just got so many good units. Skin Wolves, crazy good. Norskan Ice Wolves, crazy good. Their basic Marauders and Infantry all having Rage is pretty great. Kind of hard to, like, break them up. Chark's built different, though. Sure, but I'm telling you, man, the Shadow Walkers are cracked. Like, no joke, if you just don't let the Shadow Walkers get charged by heavy cavalry, they kill everything. They're super accurate. They're great against single entities, even. Oishi picked them up and gave them a big boost. The Greenskins? I can believe that. Oishi's played the game so much. He's good with everything. Anyways, let's get into it. Let's watch some Dark Elves versus Greenskins. And we'll see how it goes. Wow. We got big ol' Lokir here. He's on the dragon, too. He's got the breath attack, so that's how you know. Merciless Slaver is a pretty good leadership debuff, so keeping it on Lokir for certain matchups is a pretty good idea. Greenskins used to bring Savage Orcs, where the loss of leadership wouldn't be that terrible, because they'd still have ITP, so terror outs wouldn't be that common, but...
Be merciless! The Kraken rumbles! The riches and murder await!
Yeah, let's go. Super hype. But Greenskins don't really bring anything with ITP. They just bring tons of chaff, and they just hope that your terror-causing units can't terror out enough of their stuff to really break their formation in half. And that usually works out pretty good for them, because, I mean, they just... 17 units, man. That's so many bodies. You know, the Dark Elves are going pretty narrow here. VM Exul is going for a little bit of mobility here. Quite a few Scourge Runner Chariots who will be good at counter-skirmishing. Curious to see what ends up happening. I would guess that what happens is Lokir probably catches the characters, or Lord or Caster at some point. Kills them, and then also gets a bunch of terror routes that you just can't survive. Really good charge with the Scourge Runners. Scourge Runners are not great against cavalry, man, but, I mean, a big chariot is a chariot, right? It's going to do something in terms of damage, and gives an opportunity for the Dark Riders to try and charge those guys down as well and get a little bit of damage. Tormentor's Sword being used, not a bad use of it. It is, at the end of the day, only a 500 gold unit. And Scourge Runners are still getting some nice shots off. 125 value, 164 here. Breath attack coming down, and good shots coming in from the Medusa. Really good fermented fungi A Whale of Malice, everything going off at once. My gosh. Okay. So you can see the goblins taking a little bit of damage here. Same with the orc boys. Not great against infantry. About 1,000 damage is alright. But better to use against the Broken Tusk mob, where you'd probably get even more damage. Because of the profile on the ability. As well as being on a more high value target. Poor old Lokir getting shot to pieces right now. Wow, dude. Oh my god. Coldwind Knights coming in. Oh, and a terror round of the Broken Tusk mob at the worst possible moment. Night Goblin Big Boss was surrounded for a moment. Drops the Fanatics. Fanatics taking a great path through the Witch Elves and through the Dread Spears. How do you lose this game? I'm not seeing the way that the Dark Elves come back here. Nice burning head from the Dark Elves. Maybe this is the start of it? Good rotation into the Orc boys, but still not the most damage in the world. Good micro, man. Good micro. Getting out of there. Lokir got absolutely dunked on. He really needs to use his breath attacks to make anything happen here. You got the Siren of Red Ruin going hard here. Decent value. 441. Firing up into the flank of a lot of units here, and Scourge Runner is getting a great charge off. Massive damage going down to the Goblins. Orc boys also struggling a little bit. We're hovering around. Just out of the view of the Greenskins. Lokir looking to trot back in here and maybe drop a breath attack. He's got a good opportunity here, man. It's a good target. Fermented Fungi, though, oh my god. It's probably going to be off cooldown in a moment, so pulling back with Lokir, definitely the smart thing to do. I mean, beautiful whale. You see much better damage out of that this time around. Greenskins a little thin in numbers, but the Dark Elves are trading so poorly right now. How the hell does this work out? Because VM was, I mean, Exul was in the finals, right? I didn't just hallucinate that, did I? My goodness. Okay, Boar Boy Biggins running. That Fermented Fungi being popped was a good call, but unfortunate that the Biggins took the aggro from... took the frickin' aggro from the big old dragon. Lokir is going to land in, get a little damage. He will heal while he's chasing this, by the way. Helm of the Kraken is activatable on routing units. Feral Coldwind's crushing the Boar Boy Cav. Foot of Gork going down. How much damage is it going to do here? Good reaction. Most of the Dark Riders get out of the direct AoE and are able to survive here, and we get both characters for the Greenskins caught up here. Uh-oh. How is this possible, man? This seems unlikely. The Dark Elves are rallying, though. If they kill that Lord... Oh my god, and they routed the Lord and the big boss... Dark Riders getting into the Orc Boar Boys now. We've got the Firecaster rampaging about a little bit too. 800 value on her. Don't really have anywhere Burning Head's going to do a whole lot of work. You got a lot of terror routes going down. You got the Siren causing one here. Definitely could probably move her up onto the flank to hit the Rugloods right now. Hellbroni have done great up top here. They've been holding for a long time now. 400 value on them. Not too shabby. Dread Spears continuing to scrap against Chaff. Good catch on the Morgribs, dude. Oh no, this is it. This is where the Greenskins get broken, I think. I don't know how this game has transpired this way. It just seems... unlikely, but the dragon getting pummeled early didn't end up mattering. The Dark Elves were able to just stay ahead in the efficiency game on the ground, and I think that's what is really going on here is all the value tied up in the dragon means nothing if you don't kill it. So, you know, your value lead has been narrowing progressively over time, while the Dark Elves, yeah, their lord got canned a little bit early, but they saved him, and there's been some great micro with the chariots throughout this game. They've gotten good work done. The Cold One Knights have been super clutch as well. Witch Elves got their value back, and Dread Spears paid themselves over a little. More Dark Riders. These Dark Riders. I don't know what they're doing. They're trying to kill the Night Goblin War Boss right now. Getting a couple of attacks in there, infrequently, but, you know, occasionally is better than never. Siren still got a little bit of health. Pretty healthy Cold One Knight. Hellobroni going up to the number 3 to maintain the cap weight. Orc Shaman's going down here. Yeah, and Lokir getting a little bit of healing from the helm right now. Up to 2450 probably. Maybe a little bit more depending on how long he stays in here. It's about time to get him back in though, because his breath attacks got all 3 left, man, in the late game, hammering positions like these Orc Boarboy Biggins, these Orc Boys, as well as the Night Goblin Squig Hoppers, would make a huge difference for the value trades. Cold One Knights charging down the Orc Boy Spears, who are holding on for dear life right now. Gonna be able to do some decent damage to the Cold One Knights, but the Lord? Where's the Lord? Oh, the Lord just got chased off. And that's going to be a big penalty to the leadership on the Greenskins, who are already not the most resilient faction in the world. Dark Rider doing great. A good shot from the Siren. Only has 500 HP, but the Ruglets just break randomly. Oh my god, dude. Come on, don't do this. Come back, you cowards. You know, the Siren breaks as well, but hey, I mean, it's done pretty well considering it's been in melee combat a lot of the game. 131 kills, sorry. 1031 in value. Witch Elves chasing down Boarboy Biggins here. We got the Sorceress of Fire, has 1,000 value. Really gonna go duel the Orc Shaman character. You fool! You pitiable fool! What are you doing? Don't go for it. Lokir with 3,000 health.
One of your units has been...
Alright, Cold One Cav do get a pretty good charge off. Hammering the Orc Boarboys as opposed to the Boarboy Biggins. Another really good follow-up. Good rear charge from Dark Riders. Witch Elves in this fight with the Cold One Knights also chipping away at all these guys. It's been a very scrappy game from Exul. It's hard balancing these kind of games, man. I mean, oh my god. You gotta be very careful about your build composition, and I feel like what happened here is that the High Elves, they knew what they were gonna do with what they brought, and they had maybe a little bit better of an understanding exactly where and when they needed to take engagements versus UTMD. You spread out a lot across these 2 points. And you did a pretty good job of flanking in this game, but you also just lost a ton of bodies in the front line. I mean, Orc Boarboys just dead and gone with squigs all around into the sunset. Just brutal shit.
Woeful tidings. The enemy...
Cold One Knights maneuvering with the Witch Elves now. Just trying to get back. Just fast forward through this. Holy Knights, Witch Elves after or Orc, Boarboy, Biggins, hounding them down pretty effectively because whatchamacallits. Witch Elves are pretty fast. Oh, these are Dark Riders. Where the hell are the Witch Elves? Oh, they're back here. Okay, whatever. I'd push with the Witch Elves, honestly. I really like taking ground aggressively with infantry, like Witch Elves, Bloodletters, stuff like that. Opponents oftentimes think those units are pushovers by flattening them with cavalry, but if you bring a little bit of mass, stop the cavalry charge, and then countercharge the cav, that's where you can get some crazy good value. Literally everything lived for them. Feels horrible, man. It happens. You'll be okay. It was a really close game. Considering you haven't really been playing the game for too terribly long, that was a pretty awesome showcase right there. Definitely a few mistakes to clean up, but once you do, you're going to be just fine. You're going to end up being a top player, I think. Anybody has the potential to be a top player in this game. I firmly believe that. I'll not hear any kind of exceptionalist rhetoric around here. Alright, I think I'm going to do one more, and then I'm going to dip out. So what do we want to watch? I'll watch something that is fairly juicy in terms of the length. Kind of funny that Exil fought the Greenskins 2 times, back-to-back, in fact, almost. Oh, wait, no, this is round 4, huh? Is right? Yeah, it is. Okay, so not quite back-to-back, but this 2 times in the same tournament. When it's an SFT, you don't see that too terribly often, considering how many factions there are. Having to double up on a pretty difficult faction and having the experience to play from, I think definitely is why Exil was able to beat you out TMD. Empire Corn, Empire Zinch. You know what? I want to look at this unit before I make a decision if I want to see it. Wow, that's like the exact same as the Goblin Bolter for Greenskins. It's even got the same range. What is so nice about it? Wow, it's got more weapon strength for the crew? No way! It's so wild. That's really funny. Maybe it's more accurate at long distance. Got better calibration numbers. Could be possible. We'll do this High Elf Norska at some point soon. Let's see Bagosh versus Fire Fist. Bagosh has been bringing some really cool corn builds. And doing really well with them. So Fire Fist, who's a pretty experienced elf player, played some High Elves, playing Wood Elves the last couple tournaments.
Look at these pretenders! All warriors may claim noble ideals, but they simply crave the glory of taking life.
Nice. So Fire Fist, being a really good elf player, is going to have to deal with a slightly off-kilter corn build. Probably not the stuff that you're expecting, if I had to guess. I mean, you got 2 Chaos Knights. I really love Chaos Knights here. You got a Chariot, only a couple of Marauders, and then a bunch of Hounds. You know, I would even go so far as to cut the Marauders and bring one shielded Chaos Warrior. Or Forsaken, and then everything else just stays as it is and just bum rush the Wood Elves. So, some Deepwood Scouts and a couple of Glade Guard. Not really what you need against Khorne, IMO. I would say Khorne is a faction where the Hero Snipe is a really good call. That can pay off for you. There's just not a lot of AP here. Like, the War Dancers are fine. They'll be good against the Chaos Knights, I suppose. I don't see them being good enough for, handling the situation is the thing.
They loom above us!
Oh, they loom above us? Where? Where's Valkia? Oh, she's literally over there. Barely see her. I guess elves have good eyesight, you know. Very much as opposed to me. Blind as a bat. Don't ask me why, but for whatever reason, Valkia gives me, Agent 47 vibes from the Hitman series. That's just the kind of energy she gives off. She's straight and to the point, kill anyone in her way, you know, take no prisoners and ask questions later. Marauder's getting shot up a little bit. Oh, a third Chaos Knight has hit the field with a Chosen of all things. Hell yes. Chosen are super badass. I would push them over to the number 1, personally. If you push the number 3, it can work out for you. I would just be a little bit careful. And the point is really close to the Wood Elves' objective. And Wood Elves have, you know, pretty quick units overall. Plus some aggressive vanguards, like bring out some Glade Riders or Wild Riders and just immediately flank your push onto their home. No thanks. I will stay away from that, personally. So, Knights look to be getting active here. Either that, or they're just going to let the Wood Elves cap the middle and then push in. Guess there's not a wrong way to do it. I don't know if that's the right way to handle this right now, but the patience. Man, the patience. Okay, now we're going in. Okay, good job, Knights. Onto the flank, doing a pretty good job of avoiding the bodies here for the Wood Elves. Over here, it's just a Sith's Krieg. Nobody knows what's happening. Nobody knows what to do. Chariots get into the Deepwood Scouts, and they're doing some pretty nice damage currently. About 100 value, yeah, about 150. Karanak comes in, he's also going to get some good damage on the Deepwoods. With the Fleshhound summon and more Chaos Knights getting into the back line. Uh-oh. Wood Elves need to react a little bit quicker here, I think. I have no idea where that Sleipnir went down. I'm very baffled. Anyways, Karanak fighting against the Glade Lord, getting a decent chunk of damage in on her. Stopping her from using the army ability, or not the army abilities, but her bound abilities. Heir of Kurnus and Prey of Anathrema. Absolutely useless when you can't move and cannot cast, so Karanak is having a good old time there. Chariots and some Chaos Doggies. Oh, the Fleshhound summon. Looking to go and compound on the advantage by killing the Swift Shiver Shards. The Fleshhounds, oh, they've got more time. They got another 30 seconds. I thought that Tick Down was their last stage before the crumbling. Chaos Knights all over the Wood Elves here. Glade Guard just getting canned. War Dancers, the Azrai Spears, honestly all over the place, but not in any kind of position to really do much of anything. Lost Sylvan Knights trying to get in on the rear of the horsemen, and kind of are able to. They are close enough that they're going to give frostbite to all the Khorne units, and now there's a bunch of spears here. Uh-oh. Good damage from the Furies, though. Furies do have magic damage, obviously. They've got really good melee attack, too, with good weapon strength. So against this ethereal unit, they are trading up mono big time, man. Karnak's also pretty good against him. He can knock down models and take them out fairly efficiently since he's got all this weapon strength. And the Sylvan Knights have no armor, so they have no way of mitigating any damage because Karnak does have magic attacks to get around Fizz-Res. Really close game. Khorne looking a little steamed right now, but they're bringing up some more Chosen. God, dude, I love the Chosen build. It's great. It's really great. The Wood Elves don't have anything to punish them either, really. So the Chosen are gonna be allowed to just grind out these Dryads. They'll do it in record time. Khorne does start flipping the cap weight there, but barely. Marauders being pushed back here, but they did give the Chosen time to get up on the point. Just taking a little bit of an inventory of the battlefield. The Chaos Knights actually not doing so hot. Only 800 and 500 value. You got a bunch of Warhounds moving in now. Such is the way of life for elite cavalry sometimes. The Sylvan Knights are taken down here by the Furies, but Karnak also is shut down and dead. 1800 value from him, though, is pretty solid. Still got Valkia. The Glade Lord is very beat up. Not looking too hot. Spellsinger of Shadows, it doesn't have the magic to really flip anything here. The Chosen will beat the last of the remaining Eternal Guard, and they should be able to beat the Firebark Elders. Even though the Firebark Elders have the fire resistance and Fizz-Res, I do believe that Chosen, with their good stats, won't take any return damage, and they'll still hit often enough that they should be able to kill those guys. They are tired, so they're losing a bunch of melee attack. Furies in on the War Dancers. Just wave after wave of Chaos Warhound moving in. 200 on one here. 290 on both, actually. 97 and 95. Okay, Eternal Guard holding. More Marauders in. The Chosen have done excellently. They are very healthy, and they are brutalizing their opponents. The Azrael Spears are grinding out a decent chunk of value, but that's mostly because they have armor piercing. Without the AP, they wouldn't do anything to the Chosen. Chosen just have way too much armor. 130 is craziness. I mean, they ignore pretty much all base weapon damage with 130 armor. Even losing a little bit here at 117, they're having a pretty good time. Chaos Knights rally, and they get a great sandwich on the War Dancers. Probably going to end up with about 900 value, maybe. They're really low. They could break any moment, I guess. Valkia and the Hounds holding up reinforcements to the number 1. Throwing axes in here. Chosen fighting on the number 1 objective are going to be able to beat this Azrael Spear and Firebark Elders, of course, as I mentioned. Not too much of a threat in the DPS apart. Not too much of a problem in the DPS department. My god, man. Always fumbling over my words at the end of streams like this. I get so freaking hungry. My brain starts going a million miles a minute. Sometimes I really gotta focus in, or my ADHD is just like kicking my ass. It's got me all over the place. Good volleys from throwing axes. Again, though, the fire resistance is keeping the elders pretty sauced up here. They're not suffering too badly for it. Kiranak comes back in to help kill the Glade Lord. The Kaladi, that's an awkward way to die, man. She's just out here kinda Christ posing. It's a good Sloupnir on the Way Watchers too, man. Way Watchers shooting Valkia pretty badly here. War Dancers, they're trying to keep her on the ground. They're getting a little damage. Valkia wants to get back up in the air. Kiranak wants to eat these Way Watchers. And the Chosen just pushing a million miles off the point. They got 1,400 value, 243 kills. Over here, this one's gotten close to 1,000. Tons of room to go. Beautiful play with the Chosen, honestly. What a great inclusion. I don't see Chosen very often. This is definitely one of the instances where they were able to shine, dude. They really showed out here. And the build's kind of interesting all the way around. I don't know about Azrai Spears against Khorne. Furies are just going to shred them. Kind of lucky that Bagosh didn't bring more Furies. They did okay. The only reason the Azrai Spears were able to get value is because there were Chaos Knights that they could fight. And it is maybe a good call to have one Azrai Spear, but I think 3 is a little overkill, considering how inflexible they are against the infantry that Khorne is able to bring up. Chariot also got some decent value. You'll get there next time, Dangler. You'll for sure end up in the finals sooner rather than later if you got to the semis the first time around. That's a really amazing start, you know. The first, like, 2 to 3 weeks, depending on how much you play, is about as rough as multiplayer is ever going to be for you. So, being able to survive through it and do as well as you are is super clutch. Alright, guys. I'm going to call it here. I'm going to go get some food so I'm not losing it. And, yeah, I'll be back tomorrow with a shortest stream. Probably about 3 hours, just doing some more replays. And then on Monday, I'll do another. And I'll try and save some of the replays from the new player tournaments for my vacation weeks, so that y'all have something to look forward to. And send me any replays that y'all get. I'm always looking for them. I check everything out. I don't always cast everything, of course, but you know, if you ask me for feedback, I'm pretty likely to give it to you. So. Till then, take care, guys. Peace out. I'll see y'all next time.